Multiple sclerosis is a disease that impacts the brain and spinal cord, which make up the central nervous system that controls everything we do, whether it's taking a physical step or solving a complex problem. The exact cause of MS is unknown, but we do know that something triggers the immune system to attack the brain and spinal cord. The resulting damage to myelin that insulates wire-like nerve fibers is a disruption of signals to and from the brain. This interruption of communication signals causes unpredictable symptoms such as numbness, tingling, mood changes, memory problems, pain, fatigue, blindness, or paralysis. Everyone's experience with MS is different, and these losses may be temporary or long-lasting. Most people initially have relapsing remitting MS, where they experience attacks of new symptoms followed by periods of time when those symptoms go away partially or completely. Others experience gradual and ongoing loss of function without distinct attacks, which is known as progressive MS. MS can be difficult to diagnose, but once a diagnosis is confirmed by a neurologist who is knowledgeable about MS, there are disease-modifying therapies for reducing attacks and slowing down the damage. Growing evidence suggests that early and ongoing treatment with a disease-modifying therapy is an important defense against future attacks. There are also treatment strategies to address some MS symptoms. Options are still limited for slowing down or stopping progressive MS. Worldwide research is accelerating the discovery of how to slow down or even stop progressive MS, how to repair nervous system damage and restore function, wellness strategies such as exercise and diet that can help people with MS to live their best lives, and the exact cause of MS so that it may be prevented for future generations. To learn more about multiple sclerosis, connect with others to drive research for a cure, and to address the challenges of everyone affected by MS, visit nationalmssociety.org or call 1-800-344-4867.
MS does suck.
MS mucks with your central nervous system. Almost everything about your body, your muscles, your organs, your ability to speak, your ability to understand, your ability to move.
MS took everything from me. Everything I thought was important, everything I valued.
I used to jump in a trampoline and swim with the kids.
MS has affected me being a mom because I'm sorry.
Despite MS, I will keep riding my bike.
I will continue to be the strongest mom that I possibly can.
I will still dance with my husband.
I will continue to live the life that my daughter expects me to live.
Multiple sclerosis may be a part of who you are, but it doesn't define you.
I will never stop. I will never quit.
I'm gonna keep being me.
My name is Emily, and I live with MS. On a good day, I am walking fine. I can do just about everything I want to do.
My dad's doing pretty well. He's still walking, he still works full time.
With my new infusion, I am having more better days than bad days.
My knees feel good. I can actually feel all 10 of my toes.
I haven't had any symptoms or episodes in a long time. I think the rate at which we're finding discoveries in MS is pretty astounding.
A generation or two ago, people had no treatment options to turn to. The medications have really changed the course.
When Jean was diagnosed, she had been an avid cyclist, biking 40 miles every single morning.
People call me Dash. That's my nickname, because how I move rather quickly.
Altogether, I served for about 12 years, from 1991 to 2003.
Married to the person of my dreams, feeling really stable. And then everything just got ripped out.
Within a couple of years of her diagnosis, she was wheelchair bound, and just a few years later, she was bed-bound quadriplegic.
The doctors told me they weren't sure if I'd be able to walk without a walker or walk anymore.
I couldn't run. It would just mess with me in my mind, like Dash couldn't run.
My mom also had MS. I can only hope that when it comes to my MS, that it does not impact me as much as it did her.
You cry because you mourn your former self.
I'm thinking about my body holding up every day for the rest of my life. And that sucks. That really sucks.
But we're resilient. We always have been. All these drugs that we have to slow down the progression of the disease is great, but what I would like to see in my lifetime is an actual cure.
We've really come a far way in such a short amount of time.
If we continue doing what we're doing, raising more money, supporting more research, we will find a cure.
Talk to us, reach out to us, listen, because the only way we can find a cure is with help from everybody.
We have to go on offense. We have to change the course of this.
And I don't think that's a lot to ask.
There's a lot more that we can do.
Well, I appreciate everybody's attention, and I want to thank you so much for listening.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks
you
guys
all.
so much
Thank
for
you
listening.
for listening.
We are a movement by and for people affected by multiple sclerosis.
Until we end this disease forever,
We will do whatever it takes.
To accelerate breakthroughs.
We believe that we are stronger together.
That nobody should face MS alone.
We will be by your side every step of your journey.
from day one.
We'll be your partner through the challenges.
Sharing ideas and finding solutions.
We believe
That people live better lives
when they are understood and supported.
It's hard to hear.
But you look so good.
When you feel anything but.
Or to feel like MS is the only thing people see.
We will be there for your loved ones so they can be there for you.
We'll shine a light on what it means to live with MS.
till the rest of the world understands.
We believe that everyone deserves affordable medications.
A doctor who knows MS.
And a healthcare system that puts you first.
You should never have to choose
between paying your bills
and getting the care you need.
We will make sure your voice is heard
loud
and clear.
We'll be your champion
from the halls of Congress
to City Hall.
We believe that you should be able to plan for the next 10 years.
Even the next 10 minutes.
Without MS getting in the way.
Complex problems take many solutions.
Coming together in just the right way.
We'll be there to help you piece it all together.
We'll work every day
so you can get what you want from life.
Even while living with this disease.
We believe that no one else should have to face the fear
and uncertainty
of an MS diagnosis.
And that those that have MS
should get back what they've lost.
Curing this disease
takes a global effort.
We will fund the most
promising leads
and gather the brightest minds
to find a cure
as fast as possible.
We'll be unrelenting
until the
very
end.
We believe that we all have something to contribute.
Whether it's time,
money, you're not just sitting here dancing to this music.
There is strength
in numbers.
We're calling on you to join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Find your place in this movement.
We need you.
We need you.
We need you.
Together, we will create a world free of MS.
Peggy 16.
Good fortunes to you, my friend.
Awesome, awesome. Did you see that girl with the eye patch? She said she needs me. What's shaking, y'all? It's Sunday night, about 11 p.m. here on the haunted Gettysburg, Goofysburg battlefield, and this is Mike TV broadcasting from Wonkaville. And I'm going to play a little bit of Dungeon Lords, and if you're joining me now or later, thanks for joining me. And I hope you enjoyed the commercials. That music gets me rocking. Did you see that cutie with the paintbrush? You heard it. She said she needs me. And it was a pretty good day, and I'm doing pretty good. And all you streamers out there far and wide, if you gave me the pleasure of your company and socialization, today, gracias muchachos and senoritas. And solstice is almost upon us, and stay tuned for our solstice stream. In my religion, our holidays begin today. We usually celebrate solstice between the 18th and the 21st, where we have dinners and exchange gifts every day. And this is my official solstice wizard hat. And hot diggity dog. I'd talk to you all day if you'd let me. That's why I have a Twitch channel. And so Dungeon Lords, I love Dungeon Lords. Goopster, I see you kicking it. You're probably working. Thanks for lurking. Alpha. Alpha, alpha. I just started. Good morning. Long time. Kai, I just saw you. I just saw you yesterday. Dude, thanks for the raid and welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you, actually. I was just thinking of you, and welcome. Welcome, welcome. Because I just got online, I was going to stream a little bit of Dungeon Lords for a little bit. If you guys would like to take a really quick peek, but I wanted to share with you. Do you have that?
Oh, I am the master.
Right on.
You are the slave.
Hey man, thanks for the sub.
You are in my power.
Every day is yesterday, Kai. Love you to death, Kai. Big hugs. It's good to see ya. You don't know what this is? You're in big trouble, buddy. Dude, big hugs, you guys. Thanks so much for the raid. This is Darkhawk, man. Dude, I'm going to be doing a reading of this, so stay tuned. Darkhawk is Marvel's first official multiple sclerosis superhero. And so this is issue number 1, and I just got it in the mail yesterday, and it's awesome. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. So what I'm going to do is... So this is a young man, and he's 17 years old, and he's a teenager, and he's diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And so they have revived the old classic Darkhawk. right? And so he's in here with the Avengers. And so I want to do, right? Dude, I told you, you already know multiple sclerosis is a superpower. Yeah, oh no. No apologies necessary ever. A playbook and something that helped me. My brain's been a marshmallow, dude. I've been doing much better. I had about 3 months of really bad MS flare-ups, and then narcolepsy was kicking my ass, and I'm doing so much better now. Awesome. And I miss you guys. It's the first I've heard of it, but I don't really follow comments like, yeah, me too. So check it out, you guys. When I was a little kid, I was 5 years old. I was getting all prepped to go to the Art Institute of Chicago, even when I was a little kid. And one of the books that helped me draw when I was a little kid, was this book. And this book was written, and this was written by Stan Lee back in the 70s, right? But the instructionals on to draw humans in forms and everything was so inspirational, and it taught me so much, this book. All right? And eventually I got into what is heralded as the best art school in the world. And that was, Stan Lee wrote that book, Stan Lee himself, right? And I never thought I would ever see that book again. The book's got to be 40 years old, right? And I scored it on Amazon, brand new in the shrink wrap for like $10. I was like, wow, so that's pretty cool. I'm excited. I thought I would share. Scholastic Book Fairs. Dude, you too? Right on. This is like the best, man. I'm telling you. This book, man, it's like it really, you know, there was no internet when I was a kid, so you had to go to the library and pick out books and learn to draw from looking at books of horses and stuff, you know. And then this, Catman, what's happening? I can't see very well. I need to make the chat a little bigger. Apologies. Catman. Itchy, what's shaking? Good to see ya. And a very good solstice to you. It is my religious holiday begins today. And happy birthday to your God. Sincerely. Right on. Itchy, what's happening? So yeah, I love this book. And so Alpha, you know this book too. That's so cool. And I was thinking about you earlier too, Alpha, because I wanted to share that with you. This I've got the other, okay, so this issue, I think I got this issue for $14. Okay, I'm just giving you a heads up. I just scored this for 14 bucks. This just shot up to 200. This Darkhawk, this Revival, #1. It shot up to 200 bucks in some places. You can still score this for 10, 15 bucks in other places. Dude, what's happening, you guys? Thanks so much for being friendly. Catman, welcome. Itchy, always good to see ya. Kai, you always put a smile on my face. And Alpha, $200. Yeah. You guys are really nice for rolling in here. I wasn't planning on streaming for very long, you guys, because I'm really tired. But I'm here for the company, so mission accomplished. Thanks for the kind company. Itchy, what are you up to? Itchy, you were playing something new and I wanted to see it because I haven't seen it. Happy Hanukkah, right on. I miss my Jewish friends. They live too far away. My Jewish friends, one of my friends is a journalist for the Tel Aviv Post, and they were my dear friends, they were the 3rd highest donators to my new wheelchair. Yeah, my friend Jennifer lives over in Germany. Dude, I don't know your name. That's not bullshit. You ain't Bloxy. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Hey man, the prettiest girls I've ever dated were Jewish. Did I say that out loud? Oh man, fucking Tourette's, I'm telling ya. You guys, nice to see ya. Right on. I'm catching up right on, Itchy. Generation 0. Kai, what were you doing? Dude, Dragon Quest Treasure Show. Awesome. Alpha, you're always Dude, Alpha, please refresh my memory. You are going to be a father soon, I do believe. Have you become a father yet? And I apologize for my memory. Alwa's Awakening. Alwa's Awakening. What the heck is Always Awakening, man? Dude, I'm gonna have to go look at your VOD. I saw you came on and I was gonna come on for a little bit. Always Awakening. Dude, you play some trippy games, Alpha. And I hope all of you guys visit each other and my friends become your friends too. Dude, that's a really cool old game, Alpha. It's probably brand new. It's got a 9 out of 10 on Steam. Rock and roll. Always Awakening. That looks like fun.
Hello out there in TV land.
And hello, hello. Wolf Ghost Store. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for the follow. And welcome, welcome. You guys want to see Dungeon Lords? What happened? Automatic protection, banning, scamming, compromising account. Visit this link to unblock your account. Wisebot hit that person. I don't know why that happened. I don't understand it. Alpha, if you understand that, help a brother out. It said timed out for 3,000 seconds, ban list, automatic protection, reason, bottling, scamming, compromised account. Visit this link to unblock that account from that person who just rolled into the room. That's a little strange. And so you guys, drink your hot cocoa. I don't know, that's what it said. This person just rolled in here and it's so strange. I don't know. It must. Listen, man, that's why I'm paying you to do all that. Nice to see you guys. I was just gonna... Dungeon Lords. Can I tell you... We who are about to die. What's happening, Bloxy? How many names you got on Twitch, Bloxy? You think, dude, I have serious cognitive dysfunction, man. Every week is Tuesday, all right? So you think I'm gonna remember all of your screen names. So 17 years ago, in 2004, I was hospitalized with hereditary hemochromatosis and I was given a year to live. My organs were going to shut down from serious cirrhosis and fibrosis because I have toxic amounts of iron coursing through my blood, which often feels like Wolverine when he's getting his bones coated with adamantium. And I've had my hemochromatosis under very good control for the last 15 years. And so I was hospitalized, blood transfusions and whatnot. And so I have a genetic defect where 20,000 years ago, during the Ice Age, up to 20,000 years ago, my ancestors in Scandinavia have been eating very high iron seafoods and greens like kale, cabbages, really high iron foods. And when you eat the same foods for hundreds and hundreds of years, for thousands of years, all right, it's not a good thing. 1 billion served. And so over thousands of years, my ancestors developed a couple of genes that most people don't have. And what it does is it doesn't, my body doesn't process iron the way most people's does. Okay, so it stores the iron and it starts to rust me from the inside out since birth. Long story short, there's your hereditary hemochromatosis moment of the day. And so I have HFE, hereditary hemochromatosis, which is usually passed down through the males all the way back to the time of when the ice was melting. And so I avoid greens, I don't eat iron, etc., etc., etc. So what happened is this game was released, Dungeon Lords, the original, and I was released from the hospital months later, and I spent the next 3 years reclaiming my health, and I did it, and I worked a miracle, and I ate about 5 foods for 3 years and went to the gym every day, and I obviously survived. And so I had to go through a year-long treatment. This is my Dungeon Lord story, believe it or not. And so I had to go through a year-long treatment, right? And so I was stuck in the house, pretty much going through what we go through with people go through with infusions. Okay, so I was having a different type of infusion. And so it messed me up, and I was stuck in the house, right, for a whole year. So what did I play? What would you guys do, you gamers? Okay, now this is almost 17 years ago, so I was in my late 30s. And you pick up a freaking fantasy role-playing game, right? An RPG, you're going to be stuck in the house. And that's what I did. And so I scored Dungeon Lords, the original, and I played the shit out of it. And it's a bit of a grind. And so for a year, I was playing this game. And so Steam, a few years back, they re-released it. And it's the Steam edition. And I have to say that Dungeon Lords, and this, by the way, welcome everybody. This is actually our first Dungeon Lords stream. And I did a replay preview yesterday that was a rerun, chatted a little bit, but it's not the same as being live. And so for a year I played this game, and this kind of helped me cope, you know, manage symptoms, that sort of thing. And so I recovered fairly well, and I still deal with hereditary hemochromatosis, but not as much because my diet's changed drastically for the last 15 years. So this was one of the games, probably the main game that I played during that very tough hurdle in my life. Rock and roll. And so what do you do years later when you're diagnosed with a couple more illnesses and you're stuck in the house for the rest of your life? You turn to that gaming for what? Socialization and interaction, rock and roll. So you're going to be stuck in the house? You guys know the drill. I'm preaching to the choir. Multiplayer gaming, man, to bring the world together. It's golden age communication. Everyone's talking at the same time. Say something good. Awesome, awesome. And I'm doing pretty good, you guys. And I hope you are too. And it's Sunday, it's almost midnight here in the Gettysburg battlefield, and I hope you guys made some good memories this weekend. You like my new brain bucket? It helps keep my brain inside. 2005, most people, God of War, Civ 4, GTA San Andreas, dude, stay tuned. I modded the shit out of my GTA. And by the way, Dungeon Lords, this new Steam edition, you'll see, I've seen a lot of YouTubers, a lot of really big YouTubers, and they engage in a comparison of the new Dungeon Lords with the old Dungeon Lords. And since you mentioned GTA, it's the same analogy I used yesterday, where comparing Dungeon Lords Steam Edition to Dungeon Lords Collector's Edition, by the way, right? Comparing Collector's Edition to Dungeon Lord Steam Edition is like comparing GTA 5 with GTA 3. It can't be done. It looks similar on the outside, but the gameplay is kind of like the difference between the original Dungeons & Dragons rules in 1978 and the Dungeons & Dragons rules is edition number 5. You guys get the idea. So what I'm trying to convey is it's not the same game, and people should play it as a different game. It's very the way the rules are and everything is it's a little different, and I've seen most YouTubers not cut it much slack because they're engaged in comparing and contrasting the old game with the new one. I've been trying not to do that. I've ripped on Steam a little bit because they didn't upgrade a few things like the key mapping. So I'll have to do that manually, and that's okay. And a lot of people complained about the music, and I like the music. The music's mellow, it's chill, we're listening to it right now. So we're listening to a compilation, a mix of all the in-game music that I put together. I like it, it's mellow. For the sake of a lot of the old gamers who had asked, a lot of old gamers reached out and they were mentioning how they had, I hope I'm not being too loud. I got a new microphone thanks to all my subscribers. Had mentioned that they really like the old music better than the new music. I like them both. And a lot of gamers had reached out and said, I hope somebody makes a music mod with the old music. This is incredibly, this is an old game. Everything is completely open. These are bitmaps and stuff. This game is easy as pie to mod. I've already started modding the music. And so if anybody does roll on this stream that plays Dungeon Lords and you do want a music mod, you want the old music, hit me up on my Discord, send me a message, and I'll send you a zip of the old music that is modded for the new game. It's a little too epic for me. My brain needs to be mellow. Goopster, what's happening? And I'm so sorry if I missed the chat, you guys. I was talking. I sound fantastic. Thank you, Alpha. You found Dungeon Lords. Right on. Yeah, man. Back in the... Yeah. Gosh, man. It was so weird back then. Times sure have changed. The human body is insane. You see, that's the thing, though, man. I'm only half human. They can't figure out the rest. I only have 2. You've got like 17 Vico names. We who are about to die. Awesome, awesome. Alpha. Thank you again for that sub. God of War, I never played that. Civ 4, I never played that. Resident Evil and Half-Life 2, I played those and I love the shit out of them. Once in a while, I still play Half-Life, the Black Mesa. I have Black Mesa and I like playing that. Dank, what's happening? You guys all have the same color for your names. You didn't have to apologize to me, Dank. What mic did I get? I got the great big purple, throbbing, glowing, dildo looking one. Shit, I said that out loud. I got the Logitech Blue Void. Sup. That's Polish for dank. Witam, meine Kamerad. Was ist los, dank? Du mami du jammy, du mami du tau. Today that I should play Black Mesa on Steam, never played it. Only OG. Dude, it's really cool. And you know, I played Half-Life like when it came out, right? When it first came out. And I was playing Counter-Strike Condition Zero and Half-Life when it first came out. But I didn't touch it for a long time. But I had Black Mesa and I never played that. So I played that and gosh, that is so trippy. But unfortunately, that's one of the games. Now, if you guys were watching the beginning of the stream, I played about 4 multiple sclerosis commercials. And you'll see a young man in there, and he's talking about running and how he used to run. Dash can't run. And he talks about taking back the things that we've lost. And for me personally, the past 2 years I've been in a wheelchair. MS has been hitting me hard for about 4 years. I was diagnosed about 10 years ago. And one of the things that I've lost is the ability to play some games. Stuff like Black Mesa, Half-Life. Some games absolutely spin my brain out inside my head. Quake, Doom, certain game engines. And so for me, that's one of the things I'm losing a little bit is my ability to game as good as I used to. The brain can send signals to our fingers, our brains, the nerves that send those signals to our fingers have a protective coating called myelin. Our immune system is bonkers. We don't know why. It's attacking that myelin, the protective coating. So we have exposed nerves that are sending funky signals to our fingers. So sometimes it's just, I'm trying to hit the freaking right mouse button and the shit don't work. And so thought I would share my own experience in regard to that gentleman's statement in the video. Mouse and keyboard games are brutal. That's why I like Dungeon Lords. With this edition, I can click a lot more as opposed to move. Dungeon Lords, I had to turn down the sensitivity on the mouse and the mouse smoothing. I just slowed everything down because I was like, shit, I really, really, really want to play this. It's corny, it's goofy, it's old, it's hokey as hell, and you're like, man, you ever going to play the game? As soon as I start playing the game, you guys are going to go to sleep. And so yeah, you get it totally. That's good. You know, it's good at the upside, downside. The downside is that it exists with games alpha. The upside is that I know I'm not alone. Mouse and keyboard games are brutal, and I'm not stoned. I have MS. I'll be stoned soon. I used to be so good at them. Yeah, man. Keyboard commando. I've never, ever been a console gamer, ever. I had an Atari back in the 70s. Since my Atari, the original Atari back in the 70s, I've never owned a console. I've always PC gamed. Games are slowly getting better, but I'm telling you, man. When I first came on Twitch, I used to stream for Able Gamers. Tropico. I like that dude, Goop. Thanks for the fun. I was hanging out with Goop earlier. Goop's playing Tropico. Dude, I like that music in that game. Alpha, you play all kinds of trippy stuff, and you do mostly play retro, but you play really... Dude, I love that game that you were playing when I was hanging out with you all night one night, and you were like in a ship, and it was a really cool little RPG. I love that. PC game, but everything I couldn't handle anymore. Mostly console. Right on. Right on. Kai, the last time I was hanging out with you, you were playing an excellent game, man. And I love the history because I was playing a Warband mod in the very same time period. Is that it? Right on. Dude, I like hanging out with you. I don't catch Kai very often. I was going to hop on for like a minute and say, well, that was a fun stream. Right on, you guys. Samurai Warriors 5, probably. Yeah, it was awesome. And I have to, I'm going to have to tune into your stream so I can get a refresher course because I'll forget everything. You guys are so kind for rolling in on a Sunday night. Thanks so much. I really thought I'd be alone tonight. Alpha, thank you for surprising me with that raid. And thank you for the sub. Jen, you big liar. Jen, what's happening?
Here in TV land.
Coder Girl Chan, welcome. Good evening to you. And I hope your day finds you smiling and you made some good memories. The Warriors series would be right up my alley, really. And good evening to you. Right on. Good deal, Dank. Thank you so much. So tell me, all of you, everywhere, each and every one of you, what was the high point of your weekend? Awesome. What was the high point of your weekend, you guys? Holy hell, it's roasting in here. The best day of the weekend? What was your best memory? Help. Help, help. I am not your wife. Thank you for telling me, because if you were, I might forget. Right on. Just chilling, right on. Diddy? Alpha, you big cheater. You're gonna get a spanking. Welcome, Coder Girl. Chillin', right on, Kai. Dank, what was the best part of your weekend? Coder Girl, what was the best part of your weekend? Just chillin'. I had a bowl of kashi. What did you guys have to eat today? I'm catching up on y'all's chat. I got to hang with the fam today. Hang out with the family. Lucky girl. Right on. I hope I see my daughter for the holidays. Right on. Your feeding chair, right on. Awesome, awesome. Dude, oh man. Alpha, man, listen. Dude, when that moment comes, let's see if I have my daughter, and your child is born, when your child is born, I cannot explain it to you until it actually happens to you, of how much that's going to change your life. You see a whole new world. I remember when I took my daughter to the KB toy store about 15 years ago, and she wanted to get Batgirl dolls, and she wanted to get Wonder Woman dolls and Catwoman, and we go into KB toy store, and what did we see? We said really, really dark and red and stuff, and black and red and stuff on the right side, and then we saw really pink and white and stuff and little baby dolls and stuff on the left side. So we go over to where the superhero dolls are, and there's no female superhero dolls, right? And so my daughter's like, you know, I'm going to be stuck with like a pink baby doll and stuff. And she really wanted like superhero dolls. And so I couldn't get her any. And so that's one of those things that I saw the world in a totally different way. And I was like, wow, you guys are not only leaving out a whole demographic, but how freaking sexist is that? Now I'm going to have to like get my kid a Batgirl doll another way. But when my daughter was born and I became a father just after 6:00 p.m., on April 24th, 1997, just outside of DC, it was like I realized I was only seeing half the world, and like the whole universe opened up. And so I got a hold of Marvel and I explained to them their business mess up. Tritty, good to see ya. Jen, how are you doing? You guys, I'm going to end up chatting with you all night, probably not even playing again. We still managed to meet Alpha, even if virtually. Tritty, so good to see you. It's been a while. How have you been? All of you guys, sorry to hear that. Yes, and no, I was quite poor at the time. I got a hammock, Kai. I always got a spare room for you, Kai. They let me go before you started. Nice games, ready or not. It's funny because we've been more friends like it. I ended up being at CM for a bit longer. Thanks for your patience, y'all. Awesome. Lucky you, man. Fam. Hanging with the fam. Lucky, lucky. Mine are spread all over the 4 winds everywhere. Many years back, right on. Tritty, are you sure that we don't know each other? I have some good friends out in San Francisco. If you were one of my friends, you wouldn't be hiding behind a screen name, though. It is so good to see you, Tritty. You sure get around. And I hope your weekend was safe and successful. You guys are always welcome to come to Gettysburg. Maybe we'll see some ghosts. Tritty, I hope I see you doing some artwork on your stream again. I haven't. The way that Twitch is so strange, on the left side where your friends list is, your streamers, your friends who you like to watch broadcast, when it gets past the live list, maybe you guys can answer my question. I see my streamers on the left side, but then all of the streamers below kind of looks like my old friends list. It doesn't show me who streamed last. So how am I to know which one of my friends streamed last? It doesn't put them in any kind of order. And so I guess I can't go back on people's VODs like I used to. Huh. Dude, that must have been awesome. Did you escape from Alcatraz? Yeah, man, it's strange. Ever since they switched up that thing. And thanks so much for answering my questions all the time, you guys. I'm Front. Good to meet ya. You're always welcome, Tritty. We'll go table dancing at the bondage bar. We'll take our shirts off and act like tough guys. We'll get all hopped up on goofballs. I haven't been out to San Francisco since probably 1993, summer of 93. And I remember it cost $5 to get across the bridge. And the first thing I did was had an Anchor Steam brewed in San Francisco. And then we went to see the Grateful Dead. I'd sure like to get greetings. Greetings and salutations. Jen, how you doing? Escape from Alcatraz. That would be a really cool, haunted, spooky game. Nice to see you guys. Thanks so much for the flood of company. I've been meaning to play some Dungeon Lords. And Dungeon Lords, you guys, I'll do my best. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the game. Dungeon Lords is silly. I don't think that it's silly, and I love it. It's just one of those games that's so old school and hokey, that it's fun. What's a hokey? I went to Virginia Tech to get my ecology degree and my botany degree. And the mascot bird is the hokey, but there's really no such thing as a hokey. There is no definition of a hokey. There's no hokey bird. There's no hokey anything. It's just a crazy word that somebody made up like 100 years ago. It's so hokey. It's true. I'm not putting you on. Since the 90s, huge tech boom here in the last 2 decades. Yeah, my friends there work for Microsoft. My friends there actually work with Bill Gates. My friend works on, the last time my friend was working on Israeli national security. And my dear friend from the Art Institute, they were one of my biggest donators, my lifelong friends I've known for so long. She got to sit next to Bill Gates to watch The Hobbit. San Francisco tech boom. My friend who actually, if you've ever seen a lot of my Civil War photos when I did reenacting, I'm always with this really big dude. He's a really big dude. He's actually the hokey bird from Virginia Tech. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Alpha. Yeah, dude, I'd love to come out west again. So I can sit in front of my relative's house naked in my wheelchair and scream. Gibberish. You guys are a riot. Thanks for listening to my goofiness. Socialization, mission accomplished. Gracias, muchachos and senoritas. So where are we going, guys? I'll do my best. I'm going to be totally lost. The upside is, the downside is I forget shit often. The upside is I get to relearn a brand new game every day. Yup, so we're back there. Yeah, it's getting hot, you guys. If you'll give me a second, I have to turn that heat off. My chair's sitting right here. Apologies, it'll only take me a minute. The heat's right there. Yep. Yeah, my legs are doing pretty good today, but I don't take chances. I'll be right back. It's like a few feet away. But, I don't know about y'all, but I get too damn hot with MS, with multiple sclerosis. I love the winter, man. I'll be sitting outside doing some live streams in the snow. I don't have to. It's just the only thing is I was going to play the game a little bit. I had to turn that heat off. I'm roasting. Because I only have so much energy. Sometimes I end up playing a game for maybe 5 minutes because we end up chatting all night. Dude, really? Is it bad on you too? Because it's very few of my friends. Few of my friends. I have about a dozen friends that I consider pretty close friends since I've had MS. That have had MS for years and years, and they've answered all my questions and they pointed me in the right direction. And very few of them say, and I'm probably leaning into my mic too much, apologies, we have to talk into the two cans with the string. But they say that the cold and the heat bothers them, or the cold bothers them, but the heat doesn't. But that's only a few people. Most people I know with MS, they can't stand the heat, and they like the cold. And I'm sure you've read articles where there's been folks who have moved all the way up to Canada because of their MS. They moved out of the southern United States. I was planning on retiring in Newfoundland a couple of years ago until I ended up in a wheelchair because I was still mobile, and I was planning for my future in some place nice and chilly because I love the cold weather. But that didn't happen. And the cold weather, the summertime, bro, any of you guys out there with MS, I'm probably not telling you anything you don't already know. The summertime, man, I'm like a prison. It's like a prison in here. I have to stay in the house. I have to get out really early, and I'm not that mobile, but I will be. I'm getting a kick-ass wheelchair. But it's too hot. I have to get out really early in the morning when the sun's coming up or when the sun's going down. During the daytime, I'm like Mr. Freeze in my icebox, man. Can't go super cold right away. Huh. Blood vessels constrict, drink some really hot black tea, and opens those blood passages right up. You guys, thanks for such a good chat tonight, all of you everywhere. It's nice to see you guys. Tritty, haven't seen you. And Bloxy, it's nice to see you guys. I didn't even throw up alert on the Discord. It's nice to see you, Tritty. It was a pleasure watching you do some artwork. And for all of you Christians out there, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. The 21st is solstice. I will be doing a solstice broadcast if you guys would like to learn anything about ancient Norse history, if you'd like to learn the truth about ancient paganism and where your Christmas ornaments really come from, tune in. And I'm not one of those goofy pagans that puts down other religions. It's ridiculous. Are we going to play already? Can't. So Alpha, tell me, when is the due date? Tell me all the info. In my own personal humble opinion, for me, the greatest privilege in life is being a parent. Really? Christian. Oh, Tritty, Christian. Yes, that makes sense. And so you're going to take me back to Estonia, right? So I can be the king of Skov Castle? I'll probably never leave Estonia if I go to Estonia. It's beautiful there. Fetal sex is male. Our doctor accidentally told us the gender of our child, and we didn't really want to know. My wife was really pissed. But that's okay. So my daughter... Yeah, I hope I explained that to you about Elizabeth at BioShock. Yeah, like manga artists, manga books. The artists, the authors, when they're doing booths at the big cosplay conventions on the East Coast, my daughter will portray their character from their manga book at their booth. And so she did. I know this cartoon character from the cartoons, and you guys would know the character. It's going to escape me. Yeah. Yeah, my daughter was Elizabeth for BioShock, and she does that at the big conventions every year. Oh, no, I probably didn't explain it. Yeah. Yeah. And so my friends saw her on TV, right? And they're like, your daughter's on anime TV. I was watching it with my kids. And I'm like, what? Really? And then my daughter sends me these pictures, and I was like, were you on TV? She's like, I don't know. So that's her trips. That's what she loves to do. I got her into living history and reenacting, so she does Victorian and she does Civil War. She loves to do colonial era. She does living history down at Colonial Williamsburg. And so, due date, When is the due date? Dude, man, you're gonna be a dad. That is so awesome. That is so awesome. I wish I was a dad all over again. I wish I had 12 kids. I'd have that landscape company. I think that's what both of my grandfathers did. I have 26 aunts and uncles. And so one of my grandfathers started a lumber company, and another one of my grandfathers had a dairy, and then he started a construction company. And so they had all these kids, and all of my aunts and uncles all worked for my grandpa in their companies. Right? So I was going to have buckwheat, alfalfa, Darla, Spanky. Start our own landscape. Estate gardening. All tomatoes all the time. Well, I'd talk all day if you'd let me. That's why I have a Twitch channel. And this is Mike TV broadcasting from Goofysburg. You guys are a riot. What did you have to eat today? What was your grand meal, all of you everywhere? I had a kind bar, I had some kashi. I got a big fat piece of pig in there in the air fryer. You guys want to see this silly game? I love it. The sillier the better. It's almost midnight. I think I've been chatting for 17 hours. Holy shit. Went to a soup dumpling place in Chinatown. Oh, lucky you, man. Dude, I can't get Chinese food here delivered, I swear. And there's like 3 Chinese restaurants in town. And it's like none of them deliver. There's a kick-ass Thai place here, and I've never been to it, but everybody says it's just awesome. So we'll have to see. As soon as I get my badass wheelchair, you guys, my clamps and everything are all set up on my wheelchair. I'm so excited because my goal with a badass electric wheelchair, okay, so I'm shooting for a $5,000 Ranger Beast wheelchair. The money that we raised in my wheelchair fundraiser, right, will cover my percentage for that badass wheelchair. So I'm trying to get a much better wheelchair, right? So my navigator, my support person, the FBI lady, she's jumping through some hoops like she always does, and she's making things happen so I can get a badass wheelchair. Does 25 miles an hour. It has a 50-mile range, right? With my clamps and my cam and everything. And my goal is to go live out here in the most famous small town in America. Pasta and chicken. Pancetta. What is pancetta? What is this, Kai? I want to be able to go live wherever, whenever. That's what I used to do. When I was walking and hiking, and I used to do MS hikes before I was in a wheelchair. I've been doing charity hikes since I got multiple sclerosis, or since I got hereditary hemochromatosis. Back when I recovered from hemochromatosis, what did I do? I started doing hikes for the Rare Blood Disease Institute. Okay, my sponsors were Vitamin World and GNC, and the guy who put that into place was one of the guys from The Biggest Loser TV show. He manages a Vitamin World right over here in the Amish capital of the world in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And I told him what I was doing. I was doing a charity hike, and they wanted to sponsor it, and that was cool because that's where I used to go to get my L-carnitine, right, to help keep my body fat down so I could get rid of that iron, blood transfusions and shit. And so I used to do charity hikes. I don't know. There was a Brother Aesop's moral of the story to that. There was, and I'm so sorry. But the wheelchair. Oh, so back when I used to do that, you guys, I've got a plethora of cameras, right? I used to do photography, the MPS magazine, Destination Gettysburg and everything. So you see, I had the freedom to just turn my cams on, and I would be in the middle of nowhere where people probably never set foot for at least 150 years. I get into the shit out here in history, in the middle of nowhere. And I'd like to be able to do that again with the freedom and the ability to just click my camera on and take people with me wherever I'm at. And I used to do that, and I want to do that again. Reclaim those things that we lost. That's what that was all about. Dude, get some food. You guys, thanks for chatting. Action track chair. Yeah, tank. My wheelchair now, I love my wheelchair now. I got my wheelchair on New Year's Day. My friend Grateful Ed dropped it off. It was a surprise. He knew that I couldn't walk. I was having a really hard time. I was falling down. And he brought me a wheelchair, and it's a tank. It's freaking hard to put. It's hard to get around sometimes. Diced ham. Diced ham. No kidding. I'm going to have to look that up, man. Action track chair. I would really love to have a Viking 4x4 wheelchair, but that's kind of a luxury. It's not something that's practical. It's something that I could take out on the Appalachian Trail, but it's not for something that, you know, I could cruise around my house in. Yeah. You guys are alright. You want to see this silly shit I'm probably going to totally mess up. We have some kick-ass lore. I would have to start a new game to show you the lore. So let's take a look at a little bit of lore. And if this gets a little loud, I apologize. I'll adjust the volume. It has a nice little story. And I know the games that some of you guys play, and they're wonderful. And I think that this is right along the same lines. And I'm still here. And don't let me forget to turn off the desktop audio. This shit's gonna echo. Awesome, so here's a little lore for you if you guys aren't familiar with Dungeon Lords at all. A fancy chair. Right on. Dude, man, my uncle's wheelchair 30 years ago was 30,000 bucks. I'm glad the prices have come down. I found wheelchairs are cheapest in the world in Turkey. They're about half the price they are everywhere else. I don't know why. Oh my gosh, holy hell. The first time I seen this, I was freaking out. So back in the day, my doctors are pumping me through all these drugs and all these painkillers and shit. And so I'm sitting here looking at this all flipping out. I took all those pills and painkillers and I flushed them right down the toilet. Never took another synthetic med again. So I love this lore, and I hope you do too. And I hope the sound's okay, and it should be. I always have to turn off that desktop audio. It echoes. Shut up, Warlord.
Defeated, Lord Davamore was desperate to save his kingdom from the onslaught of Lord Berogrim's marauders. It began as a war over who would rule the Circle of Mages, Davimore's powerful ally, Galdrin of the Meadows, or the arch-wizard Volgar, sage of Berogrim's kingdom. Volgar was after the relics of power, ancient
just what the doctor ordered.
Safeguarded by Galdrin, for according to legend, whoever unlocked their secret would acquire the magic to rule heaven and hell. In a nefarious coup, Volgar convinced a few within the Circle of Mages to betray Galdrin, and the unsuspecting wizard was lured into a trap, spelling his doom. With Galdrin vanquished, Lord Davamore's troops were soon overrun, and he had no choice but to concede victory to Lord Berogrim and Volgar. But Berogrim's taste for blood was not easily quenched, and he demanded a special prize that would proclaim his dominion to all. The hand of Davimore's daughter, Elowyn, in marriage. For this alone would Berogrim call off his legions
Great
of
big
terror.
world to explore.
But unbeknownst to either lord, Elowyn had already sworn her love to Valdane, captain of Davimore's royal guard, and son to Lord Greymare of the Northlands. Upon hearing his daughter's refusal to marry Berogrim, and the confession of her true love for Valdane, Lord Davamore flew into a rage. He ordered his guards to arrest Valdane and carry him off to a dungeon far away. Elowyn's wrath fell full upon her father, and she swore that if Valdane could not have her, no one would. She fled from the room in tears, and the next morning she was gone. Now Davamore lies deep in a trap of his own making, for upon learning of Elowyn's disappearance, Berogrim has accused Lord Davamore of treachery in a ruse to conceal his daughter, and has once again ordered his army of death to the kingdom's door. Hordes of night warriors, shadow fiends, and other monstrous terrors now march across the lands, bringing death and destruction to all they encounter. Only by finding his daughter and convincing her to honor his pledge can Davamore hope to save his kingdom.
Look at that sketch. That's fantastic.
Army of abominations.
I love it.
For should Volgar and his dark conspirators acquire the relics of power, they will truly become unstoppable. But all is not yet lost. It has been foretold that a young hero will arise to challenge the forthcoming evil. The relics of power lie concealed in ancient dungeons and castle ruins of kingdoms past within the Forbidden Lands, waiting for the champion who can win them from their guardians. Deep within the wilderness, there are those among the elves, dwarves, and demigods who might be persuaded to stand and fight. Within the circle of mages, there remain a few who despise Volgar, those who might come to the aid of one brave and strong enough to
And so we'll find some companions.
And somewhere out there is the lost daughter of a crumbling lord, now stalked by unseen treachery. If only she can be found. If only she can survive.
Such wonderful illustrations.
Thus begins Dungeon Lords.
And so I originally went to school.
A tale of love, hate, betrayal, revenge, honor, and evil.
To be a fantasy illustrator, and I just love this. Look at that artwork. I love it. Heck yeah. Awesome, awesome. That was fun. A little bit of lore, and one of the things that I wanted
Good fortunes to you, my friend.
My high kicked in, and I didn't realize because I just got mixed unsalted nuts. Arrowroot crackers, Korean beef jerky in one bowl. Arrowroot crackers. I've never had arrowroot crackers. I love it, man. Dude, when Daryl moved to Gettysburg, that poor young man at the grocery store, is there anything that I could help you find? Did you find everything you were looking for today, sir? Well, yeah, could you show me where the lutefisk is and the kringlas? And so we go to the ethnic aisle, and he starts looking for kringlas and lutefisk. He's like, sir, I don't think we have those. And I was like, what's the matter with you guys? What are you guys, like, racist against Norse people or something? That poor kid. I said, I'm calling the cops, man. You guys better get some lutefisk in here. That poor kid. So when you guys go to the grocery store and you ask, they ask you, they're like, would you like your milk in a bag, sir? Say, why would you pour it in the bag? You'll make a mess. I'm going to drink it out of the jug anyway. Everybody at the grocery store remembers me. And so what I was talking about with the fantasy art is it's still my goal. The majority of my future broadcasts will be fantasy art. Probably 60-40, if not 80-20 in the future. And that's still my goal. I just need assistance. I move things around in my apartment. And then we'll be there, and I can't wait to start doing some artwork and some painting, and it's going to be great, and I'm so excited. So the downside is I am disabled with multiple sclerosis. The upside is I get to be 10 years old all over again. That's what I've been trying to do, is get my desk set up and everything, and now I'm in a financial position where I can buy a new art desk. Okay, I can hire my assistant back now. And so Brooke's probably going to be kicking it around here, and she's a really nice young lady. And she'll help me out with some stuff, man, you know? My friends who do assist me, my navigator's a dear friend of mine, and she's a former FBI agent. I'm in good hands. And she, you know, my friends like Dr. Greenbuds, they help me when they can, you know? They have families and everything going on just like y'all do. And I appreciate each and every kind human being that reaches out to your neighbors. If you have a neighbor like me, reach out to them. See if you can do anything to help them and assist them, and you might just change the course of their whole day. And thank you if you have, and thank you if you do. I went to school. I went to the Art Institute of Chicago. You guys remember Ferris Bueller when they're cruising around the museum? Because I wanted to do illustration for Dungeons and Dragons. I wanted to be a fantasy book illustrator, but I loved working for the Park Service, and I stuck with it. And I got into the green industry and all that good stuff, and I became a gardener. Just like groundskeeper Willie. And so that's enough about me. I'm totally not a narcissist. Somebody calm me down, put me in my place. Holy hell. Let the spankings begin. Are we freaking out? I think so. I can't see shit. Oh! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We'll jump in a little bit. Now, one of the things that I wanted to do, it's midnight now here in Gettysburg, and I'll be awake as long as I can. I didn't put the sound on. That's okay. I'll turn it on in a minute. We've already seen it. My desktop audio is not on. Circle of Mages. You guys aren't even hearing that, are ya? There we go. Apologies. Lord Ryko! Lord Ryko, good to see you. I was playing this earlier. I was freaking out. I was like, holy shit. Lord Ryko, good to see ya. So rock and roll. So I modded the music. This is the original game music. The original game menu. I would like to see if I can mod the original game menu in here. The original game menu is kick-ass. It's really cool. It's like all animated with fire. It looks badass. And the music's all epic and everything. Looks like my sound's good. I turned my microphone on. But as I've stated, and I'll probably say it a million times, it's not the same game. And as I always suggest to everybody, you guys always say such nice things about the way I design my chat rooms and stuff. If you're playing a game, now this was natural to me. The first day I streamed, how do I want my stream to look? I want my broadcast to look like the game I'm playing. Dig into those game files, yank out those assets. Look at, they just want us to know who they are. I love these guys. And so that's what I did. But I modded the music. We got this is a mix. This is a Warlord mix. And so I took a bunch of the old music and a lot of the new music and I mixed it. And so this is a lot of the music in the game. What's happening, Ryko? How you doing, buddy? Yep, good morning. Awesome. And so today is the 19th, I believe, the second day of our solstice celebration. And so you guys will see me with lit candles. And so one of the things that we do each day, and I know that's so epic, right? It's loud for me. Is each day we celebrate solstice between the 18th and the 21st usually, and at least in my family we do. We don't celebrate for 2 weeks with the burning of the Yule log. My grandparents used to light a Yule log, and then family would come around hanging out for about 2 weeks. People would be coming and going at my grandparents' house. But for our own small family celebrations, we light candles each day. And so tomorrow I'll light another candle to a different relative or ancestor that has passed away. And remembrance is something that we do for solstice in my family. And so I light a candle for my grandmother. And tomorrow I'll light one for my father. And so that's what we do. Good solstice to you all. All you happy, bloody, proper pagans everywhere. And so, you guys, I have to look at this real quick. One thing about this is there is absolutely no manual with this that comes with Steam. And Steam does that often. I don't know why people put up with that shit. I think I stated that yesterday. A game doesn't put out a manual. They shouldn't be in business much longer. I don't know what shield block mode is. I guess we'll figure it out in the game. Most of the stuff is pretty self-explanatory. The camera smoothing and the mouse sensitivity, I had to turn that down for my own personal games are too fast. The music's probably not loud enough for you guys. And thanks for kicking it. I'm no speed player or anything like that. I play games, I get in, I chill out, explore the world, and I think people have called me a content tourist. I've been doing mods for video games for 30 years. I used to work for Dynamix, and then I worked for Sierra Games. I worked on Red Baron 2 and Red Baron 3D. And so I'm a texture guy. That's what I like to do. And the textures, they really juiced them up in here, and they look really good. One of the little peeves I have is that They did not, absolutely did not upgrade the key mapping system at all. You are stuck with two mouse keys, and that's it. And so I'm wondering if you could even key map a gamepad to this at all. Now what I'll do is I'll get into the files and I will see if I can manually go ahead and key map that and just mod the files, because this is almost unusable, unfortunately. But you know what? You buy a hot dog, that's the hot dog, man. If they ain't got mustard, you're not going to just not eat it, right? And so I'm going to play the game the way it is. And so a lot of people that I've seen on YouTube immediately get into a comparison and contrast with this game and the old game. It's not the same game. It looks the same, but it's different on the inside. Like I said, the rule sets are different. We have mana now. I'm not opposed to any of it. It's a different game, and that's the way I'm going to play it. Does the Steam store page have the manual? I don't know. If you see it, please do tell and let me know. Now, actually, a gentleman, a nice young man, and thank you for asking, a nice young man on the community page wrote an attempt at a manual, and it does answer a lot of questions. And if I discover things in here, my own unanswered questions, then I will go ahead and contribute. I'll do my best. And I'm going to mess up and I'm going to die like a million times. Now, one of the things I wanted to do tonight, guys, is you guys have already seen this. I streamed a preview video, a second look, a relook, episode 2, a short episode, about 50 minutes that I shot for YouTube. But I wanted to share it on Twitch to my Twitch friends first before I put it on YouTube. And so that's why I streamed that last night. It wasn't really a rerun. It was a preview, and we were chatting. And so if you kicked it last night, thanks for kicking it. But one of the things I wanted to do when I do a Twitch stream, and we jump in right now, you guys aren't really going to see what's going on. And so I wanted to go through a few things. I wanted to start a new game. Come on, fingers, do the walking. I love this artwork. Rune. I used to play Rune. I love Rune. I have Rune. I've modded Rune so that Rune will play in 1280. And so you have to hex edit an executable. But Rune was one of those games that was making me ill. And looks just like me. Oh, right in the noggin. So what I wanted to do you hear that trippy hooting? Now what I wanted to do is I wanted to delete those. And I wanted to start a new game for you guys so that we could go through character creation. I think I was on day 3 because there's a few tricks to character creation in this that I wanted to share that are not obvious. And so I'm fine with, man, the music's a little epic, isn't it? So let's start a new game. Awesome, awesome. And so now what it did, holy shit, Warlord, that's some epic music, bud. Yeah, I'm in the wrong page. Apologies. Yeah, that's knocking my eardrums out. There we go. So I wanted to share character creation. I'm never opposed to starting a game from fresh. I'm all good with that. Plus, I needed about a week to reacquaint myself a little bit, even though I'm going to forget it faster than Drew Barrymore in 51st Dates. So check out all the cool freaking humanoids, man. Holy hell, look at this. And so Mortigern was our last character that we just played. So if you guys play a game and then you delete, I want to share what I've learned while I still have the juice. And so this was my last character. We deleted the game, but what it does is it kind of saves your last character for your new playthrough. I like that. That's awesome. I don't know why, but the first name that entered my mind, I'm like, I didn't even think of a wizard name. What was my character last time? I usually play like a ranger wizard type class in games like this. I like playing, I think I played a ranger lord, like a ranger mage. Forgive me. I'll go off in freaking third base. Right on. So what I want to do, okay, so I didn't even, I can't remember the names. I didn't even think of like a wizard name at all. So the first name that came to me was the ancient Saxon king, Vortigern. And I believe it, and Vortigern was, no, Vortigern was the British king where the invading Anglo-Saxons, the brothers Horsa and Hengist, invaded the British Isles, and Vortigern was a Welsh king who opposed them. He didn't have a good reputation. I always play good characters. I don't ever play bad guys. The good guy dies, or the bad guy dies, the bad guy dies, the bad guy dies, the good guy gets the girl. We all ride off into the sunset smiling. So in this playthrough, I don't usually play elves in any of my games. I haven't played an elf probably since the original D&D back in the 70s. My first character was an elf, and so I thought I would take this opportunity to play something different. I wanted to play something a little different, and so starting out as just a wizard in a game like this is going to be really challenging. Save often, because if you die, and you will get sent back to your last autosave. And I have played for, say, 6 hours years ago, many years ago. I'd play for 6 hours. You guys get the drill. You play games just like it. But I'd play for 6 hours. I'd get killed, and then I'd have to start back, and I'd lose all that game time. Save often. There is no quick save. There's no... The autosave will save every time you go into a different realm. It will autosave a lot. It will autosave often. A little too much, actually. You have a lot of saves. And if I missed... Yeah, I have the manual right here from the old game. I've got everything from it, but it absolutely doesn't jive. It's not the same game. The old manuals do not apply. Like on Game Banshee and Game Informer and stuff like that. I have the paper manual in here with like a cool poster and stuff. And I had a tin. This actually came in a tin, a collector's tin. It was cool. I probably used it to roll doobies. What does THC do for hereditary hemochromatosis? It keeps the blood circulating so that the iron doesn't settle. Maybe one thing I didn't tell you guys. Oh, downside, hereditary hemochromatosis is rusting from me from the inside out. The upside is mosquitoes don't bite me. If they do, they die. Same deal with ticks. Ticks bite me, they die. I never bruise. I've never had a bruise in my life, and I'm probably older than I look. Cool, cool. Right on. D&D Basic Red Box Edition. Found the OG manual. OG. Man, I need some OG. Rock and roll. So you guys, look at these awesome freaking... if I switch this, I might... Okay, now here's another thing, you guys. You see what just happened? You see my bonus points right there? Now you can get... This is one of the reasons I wanted to share this with you. Okay, if anybody out there does watch this video, once this goes on YouTube, a lot of people will watch it, who are looking for some answers to some of these questions. And this is one of the things that's very easily overlooked. All right, I overlook it often. When you start a new character, you can get between 8 and 12 bonus points to go to your attributes, but it's a random roll of the dice. All right, so I didn't get any bonus points here. So if I go back and I hit a new game again, is it going to give me any bonus points? No, it's not. New hero, I don't want to do that. I don't want to play. It's not going to give me any bonus points. I'm going to have to do a new hero. So you see how it gave me 9 bonus points? Now I'm going to exit. I'm going to go back in. And okay, right on. I want to pick mage. We'll start setting a few things up here. Mage, mage, mage. We got 9 points. Left-handed, I always miss that. I want to do right-handed. I can't fight with single-handed combat with my magic quarterstaff with my left hand. It's just a little awkward for me. So we picked mage class. We have the bonus points, all that jazz. And so if I'm going for elf male, right-handed, mage class. Now I only have those bonus points. I'm going to want to get as many intellect points as I can. The thing is, It only gave me 9 bonus points. Okay, we can get between 8 and 12 if we keep exiting. I know it's a little tedious, but it's worth it to get the extra points. And so I've sat here like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, and I'll exit, come back into my hero, and the bonus points will change. It's a roll of the dice. It's a 12-sided dice. And so you'll get between 8 and 12. I want to hit that 12. I'm a wizard. It's probably the weakest class. Our weapon skills are going to suck really bad. And so I really need those bonus points for my spell casting. And so I know this is going to... No bonus points. We got nothing. And so, yeah, and I got to make sure I click that right-handed. And so our heraldry... It didn't even give us a heraldry choice. And so we'll get back in. We'll see if it's going to keep giving us... It's not. This is going to be a little tedious, but I did want to demonstrate that. 11 bonus points, I'll take it so that we're not sitting here all night. And so it's going to give us a choice of heraldries, and I'm sorry that my cam is blocking that. And so if we choose the lady and the lion, we get a strike +2. We're going to choose the magician because we'll get a +10 in arcane magic, and that my cam's blocking that a bit. I apologize. If we choose the astrologer, we'll get a +10 in celestial magic, which is going to be useless for us because we are an arcane and nether magic wizard, which means we cannot use celestial spells. Celestial spells are a clerical, religious spell casting function, which I'll show you in the game. And so we can use fighter magic. We can use mage, which is rune magic. We can use rune magic from fighter magic. We can use arcane magic from the mage class. And we can use nether magic from the rogue thief class. But we cannot use, as wizards, warlocks, we can, as sorcerers, prestidigitators, we cannot use adept magic, which, as you guys probably realize, is clerical, priestly, holy religious magic from the supernatural. And I'm so sorry if I missed you guys' chat. Nice, fam. But if you're rusting from the inside, does that make you a cyborg? No, my real name is Daryl, and my middle name is Lloyd. Say them together. Take me to your leader. I hope this helps. Shield block, thank you. And point and click mode buttons now display above the left side UI. I know that, but I don't, is always on. I know that. But what is its function? Does it make shield block automatic and then turn that off so I can block manually? I kind of prefer to block manually. I don't need the game to block for me. That's what I'm kind of wondering. I'm assuming, is that what it does? You know what I mean? I'll show you where the buttons are right down in the bottom left. And you guys, thanks for your patience. I'm not a speed gamer. I'm a chatter. I love these freaking games. Look at these awesome freaking graphics, and that's why I love when you guys stream this stuff, man. And so these guys, DW Bradley and their team, they've really juiced these graphics up. It's the same armor, it's the same skins on the face and everything, but of course it's nicer. Yeah, me too, Tritty. Right on, brother. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Smoke them if you got them. Right on, you guys. Alpha, you're such a trip. I hope I see... Dude, I love you guys. My friend, Mr. Injamora and Alpha, and a bunch of you guys are like putting like really trippy faces on your cams. It looks so wild. Alpha, you look like a trippy wizard the last time I came and checked you out. I did love that game you were playing too. That was so much fun. I can't wait to see you play that. And that's another thing too. If you guys are playing, if you guys play a game, I probably won't play it because I'd rather hang out with you guys and watch you play it. And you guys sure as shit ain't gonna play what I play. Have you guys tried Pong? Dude, that was one of the wildest things that I'd seen on your stream. Yep. Right on. All medicinal all the time. If If I didn't have narcolepsy and I didn't have MS, I likely wouldn't be smoking weed at all. Nah. No, it would be hookers and coke. Tourette's, man, I'm telling you. No, it totally wouldn't. I'm a pretty straight guy. You know, case of beer a day, I'm all right. Okay, you guys, so we got 11 bonus points. We're going to pick the mage class. We're going to be first level. And so Vortigern, I thought of Vortigern. I looked at his family tree, and I thought Mortigern, and I was watching King Arthur, Legend of the Sword with Charlie Hunnam and Jude Law. Man, that was so awesome. And it reminded me of Vortigern, so I thought Mortigern, and that was our name for our wizard. And we're going to be an elf, male. And so that's going to change up some of our skill points. But yeah, we got to bust up that intellect at least up to 20. Our agility, vitality is more or less our health. Vitality increases the health of your hero and the rate of healing for wounds. Honor is a measure of your hero's reputation, granting increased experience for defeating enemies and more favorable prices with vendors. And we won't be going into Fargrove or any cities very soon. I'm going to uncover a lot of the fog on the map tonight. We're going to see some bats and goblins and skeleton warriors and some freaking poisonous snakes. And that's another thing. When you get into here, you usually be granted one healing potion. Covet it. Because if you get in here, you got your healing potion, you lose your healing potion, you have no healing poison healing potion for poison. If you don't have a poison potion, you get bit by a snake, you're going to be dead if you don't get another one quick. Then you got to roll back to your old save. Covet those poison potions. So vitality, agility, dexterity. Dexterity increases your hero's ability to strike enemies with weapons, to deal critical damage, and to parry enemy attacks. Now mana is a new thing. Mana is a new to the Steam edition of the game. Mana was not in previous versions of the game. And I'm okay with that. I think I'm the only person that's made a video or streamed that hasn't complained about it. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. I haven't watched every video on the internet yet, but I'm getting there. I'll be in Ripley's Believe It or Not, man. The only man who's ever watched every video in the history of the internet. That's right. Starting with the Atari Championships in 1972. So check it out. Intellect 20, strength 12. We don't need it so much right now. We're going to get attacked. We're probably going to die. Dexterity, that vitality, couple vitality points. Let's get that up to 15. Our honor and stuff, I'm not worried about our reputation right now. I'm worried about staying alive. So dexterity is going to increase our hero's ability to strike enemy with weapons. We're going to be using more magic than anything else. Good enough. Male elf, right-handed. I'd be really bummed out if I got, because left-handed's tough, man. I think we're all set, you guys. Now we must choose a name. And we chose our heraldry as the magician. I miss stuff. I've done this a few times and I miss things. We didn't choose the way our character looks yet. And it's very limited, but it's still fun. Oh, look, we can be a dark elf, right? Oh, look at the hair colors. We could be a drow. I remember when the drow were introduced into Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not real hip on the D&D multiplayer game. You know, I've looked at it, and some of my friends from a long time ago have asked me to come and play with them, but man, I sure like to look at my characters. My daughter pointed that out when she was little, and she's had every console, but she's always pointed out to me, you know, that I want to see my hero. I want to see my character. I want to see what my hero looks like. And no, we're not going to play a dark elf. Right on. So we got some cool beards and stuff. Hey. Pong stream. Right on, Alpha. Yeah, I'd like to gank my old Atari for my little brother. My little brother still has our original Atari. I got my Commodore 64 sitting around here somewhere. I have a big trunk. Like a big old air freight trunk, and it's got a freaking museum of shit in it. I'll leave it to you in my will. It'll be fun. You guys, I think we're set. I just want to get my... I don't want to be a drow. Okay. Yeah, very limited on the faces. The hairstyle, we are going to be the bearded elf. Right on. So I hope we can find some kick-ass wizards, robes, nice wizard staff, man. We're going to be fighting with the good wizard against the bad wizard. We have to rescue the princess. We have to rescue the hero, the paladin, the shining knight in armor from his own demise. Hell yeah. And so all the other characters are trippy too. And so you could play a dwarf. I noticed a lot of players play a female elf or they play a female human. And I'm thinking they play that because it's a little more challenging because of the statistics are sexist for a fantasy world where females may not necessarily be the same as females in every other world in parallel freaking dimensions. And so you guys, I think we're ready to rock and roll. Hello, Traveler. Is he going to give us our name? Right-handed, skin A, hair E, hair color B, rock and roll. Dude, I got to get that costume. I got to ask my daughter to make me that costume. Enter your name. Slarty Blartfast, Emperor of Easter Island. Whoa. Go away, Steam. Bunch of hackers. There we go. That works. Mort. Mort. Mort is born. It was either that or Mr. Bean. It's always Mr. Bean. You guys, here we go. Holy shit. And so we watched a bunch of this already.
His armies defeated. Lord Davamore was desperate to save his kingdom from the
Is it
onslaught
echoing?
of Lord Barrow's
Mortimer.
marauders. It began
I love
as a
it.
war over who would rule
Is
the
that
circle of
echoing?
mages. Davonmore's powerful
I notice when I have my
Baldwin of the
desktop
Meadows.
audio on, it
The
always
archwizard
echoes.
Volgar, sage of Barrowgrim's kingdom. Volgar was after the relics of power, ancient artifacts safeguarded by Galdrin. For according to legend, whoever unlocked their secret would acquire the magic to rule heaven and hell. In a nefarious coup, Volgar convinced a few within the circle of mages to betray Galdrin, and the unsuspecting wizard was lured into a trap, spelling his doom. With Galdrin vanquished, Lord Davamore's troops were soon overrun, and he had no choice but to concede victory to Lord Barrowgrim and Volgar. But Barrowgrim's taste for blood was not easily quenched, and he demanded a special prize that would proclaim his dominion to all. The
Cheers
hand of
to you all.
Davonmore's daughter,
Thanks for joining
Elowyn,
me.
in marriage. For this alone would Barrowgrim call off his legions of terror. But unbeknownst to either lord, Elowyn had already sworn her love to Valdane, captain of Davonmore's royal guard and son to Lord Greymare of the Northlands. Upon hearing his daughter's refusal to marry Barrowgrim and the confession of her true love for Valdane, Lord Davonmore flew into a rage. He ordered his guards to arrest Valdane and carry him off to a dungeon far away.
Are you really?
Elowyn's
I'll
wrath
smoke
fell
one
full
for you,
upon
buddy.
her father, and she swore that if Valdane could not have her, no one would. She fled from the room in tears, and the next morning she was gone. Now Davonmore lies deep in a trap of his own making, for upon learning of Elowyn's disappearance, Barrowgrim has accused Lord Davonmore of treachery in a ruse to conceal his daughter, and has once again ordered his army of death to the kingdom's door. Hordes of night warriors, shadow fiends, and other monstrous terrors now march across the lands, bringing death and destruction to all they encounter. Only by finding his daughter and convincing her to honor his pledge,
Stardog.
Davonmore hoped to save his kingdom from the nightmare of Barrowgrim's army of abominations. For
Look at
should
that.
Volgar and his dark conspirators acquire the relics
I can
of
draw
power,
that.
they will truly become unstoppable. But all is not yet lost.
I can't
It
wait
has
to
been foretold
do
that a
some
young
art
hero
giveaways
will
for you
arise
guys.
to challenge the forthcoming evil. The relics of power lie concealed in ancient dungeons and castle ruins of kingdoms past within the Forbidden Lands, waiting for the champion who can win them from their guardians. Deep within the wilderness, there are those among the elves, dwarves, and demigoths who might be persuaded
that,
to
isn't
stand
that awesome?
and fight. Within the circle of mages, there remain a few who despise Volgar. those who might come to the aid of one brave and strong enough to challenge him. And somewhere out there is the lost daughter of a crumbling lord, now stalked by unseen treachery. If only she can be found, if only she can survive long enough. Thus begins Dungeon Lords, the Kingdom Cracked, a tale of love, hate, betrayal, revenge, honor, and evil.
Dude, I'm gonna be giving away art all the time. You guys rolling in chat and I've been talking about doing art for like a year. Boy, if I could just have some young, healthy person here for a couple hours, move some shit around for me. I'm actually gonna be putting I'm gonna be putting up a craft station in my kitchen, right? So I can just click a button. I can click a button. And I'll be doing model building. I have a big UFO to make. And, okay, so... and then the kitchen will be right behind me, so I can just actually turn my chair and we can cook falafels. Right? Alright, you guys. Now, one thing that I just kind of have to deal with is, you know what? I wonder if it could be modded where I can turn our view so that I can see the front of our hero. Okay, so now if you hit the left control button, if you notice down here where the shield is and the cursor on the left bottom of my screen here, that will activate cursor or keyboard. It's an old school game. And so you hit control and that will allow you to either turn a movement, which this right here will make me puke, or I can click keys and now I can just access my menu. I can still go forward and backward, left and right, okay? But I can now access my menus. And we're going to get attacked here in a minute.
Hail, traveler!
Hail, traveler!
I have something for you.
I'm going to save this. I need to look at my options. No, it's not going to quit, but I wanted to see something. What did I put our... Yeah, monster. I'm playing on easy because I'm still want to figure out what I'm doing. I think I have a pretty good 80% grasp on what's going on, but I did want to put, I don't want beasts coming at me every 5 seconds, and they will. And if you want to level up fast, you can turn that up and you could just fight creatures non-stop. They'll be coming out of everywhere and you can just experience up. I'm chilling, I'm cruising. I don't want to get killed with one hit, but that's what I wanted to check. I wanted to see what that was on. So let's go and talk to D.W. Bradley himself, the inventor of the wonderful Dungeon Lords. Let's go, go, go. Look at this. Isn't this nice? Right there. It makes such a good scene for a chat room. Take that box right there, resize it, take the assets right out of the game, make your webcams frame everything. I love it. So rock and roll. And so with the old game, one of the reasons that I didn't bust out the original collector's edition is because I'm going to have to hex edit the executable to run the sucker in 1080. And I've done that plenty for a lot of old games and a lot of people. It's funny as hell. The downside is I can't remember shit. The upside is I know how to mod old games. So what did I have to do? The last time I modded a bunch of old games for 1080, I videotaped it because I knew I wasn't going to remember how to do it. And then people asked me, they're like, how'd you do that? And I just sent them a link to the video. I'm like, dude, I recorded it because I can't tell you, but I did it and this is how I did it. And it's usually older game, really old games that I worked on a long time ago. And so, our brooding romantic hero of the day, check him out. Okay, so now one thing that ticks me off is ticks me off. It's a little awkward, whatever, it's the game, we'll play it. I wish I could just hit my middle mouse key, so we're gonna have to go right on, right on back.
At the Temple of the Serene.
We're gonna have to use the E keys, and so it's old school, you guys are used to it, hitting the keyboard in order to interact. I wish I could do everything with my mouse. It would be so much easier. I shouldn't, soon, we won't even touch any apparatus. I'm going to be talking about what the future has to hold with technology. I hope you guys are tuning in when I do. I was thinking about it today. I want to share with you guys what you'll be up to 100 years from now. What we already have that most people haven't seen. But this, I just want to be able to talk to this computer and tell my character what to do. And then you guys can chime in on voice, and everything will be multiplayer through voice interacting. Wonderful. We can already do it. And so the days of awkward keyboard maneuvering when you have chronic illnesses coming to an end. Rock and roll technology. And so, my friend, Messenger Simon, I carry a letter from the Celestial Order, the Temple of the Circene. Who is the Temple of the Circene?
The Temple of the Circene is in the nearby town of Fargrove.
Fargrove? We just arrived here, right? Like the wizard falling out of the sky, right? He was Sauron. Did you guys see that? The new Lord of the Rings TV series. I enjoyed it very much. I enjoyed it very much. And I am very raised on Tolkien. And I loved it. I thought it was great. And so, Fargrove.
This road will lead you to Fargrove.
We will get to Fargrove, hopefully tonight. But we have to level up. I guess we would call it grinding. I call it exploring. Before we get there, because we'll get ambushed and we'll die because we're so weak. And so he is a messenger, and he has been waiting for us. And so the Celestial Order...
It is said that the seers of the Celestial Order can read the stars and foretell the future.
Accessibility, man, you ain't kidding. I'm that guy who walks right up to strangers. It speaks my mind, and I usually just make them laugh. I'm the most confident extrovert you'll ever meet. And so wait till I get in my wheelchair and I go downtown in the most famous small town in America and see how many restaurants and stores I can get into on live stream. And then I ask them, why can't I get into your store? Oh man, they're never going to forget me. I'm going to be famous. Are you kidding me? I'll be dressed up like a Viking with my Gandalf mask on. And so the seers. It is said that the seers of the Celestial Order can read the stars and foretell the future. I love it. I love the voice acting. It's awesome.
I don't know anything else about them. I'm only a messenger.
So that's it, my friend.
It is said that the seers of the Celestial Order can read the stars and foretell the future. This road will lead you to Fargrove. I don't know anything else about them. I'm only a messenger. The Temple of the Circene is in the nearby town of Fargrove.
So he delivered the letter to us. Awesome.
Fare thee well.
Fare thee well. And so we have the letter in our inventory now. We have 3 potions. We have 3 healing potions. We have 1 cure poison potion. It's worth $100. And 1 mana potion. Our mana seems to regenerate pretty quickly. Where is our letter? Did we not take the letter? It doesn't look like we did. Where's the letter?
I carry a letter from the Celestial Order
Okay.
to the Temple of the Circene.
Alrighty.
I was told that the one to whom the letter was intended would find me here. I've been camping out for weeks waiting
Temple
for someone
summons
to arrive.
acquired. Sweet. Awesome, awesome.
Fare thee well.
Fare thee well. And so we should have the letter, right? We sure do. Right click to read. I am sending this letter in the hopes that it will find you. Please come to the Temple of the Circene in the town of Fargrove on matters of grave importance to the realm. I have urgent news to discuss with you. Signed, Seer Augustus. And so likely tomorrow, if I am broadcasting, we will meet the king. Okay, so close. Oops. There we go. So there's going to be a lot of clickety-click with the control keys so that I can switch from movement to moving around. And so it auto-saved. Awesome. You guys, I'm so sorry if I missed some chat. But fate, as Merlin has always taught us, is inexorable. Life is a jest of the gods. We must learn to laugh or we will weep ourselves to death. Merlin, 478 AD. And The Winter King is coming to TV a year from now. If you guys want the best telling of the Arthurian tales from my favorite author, Bernard Cornwell, who wrote The Last Kingdom in his awesome book series, The Winter King Trilogy, the Trilogy of Arthur. Well worth a read, well worth a listen if you listen to audiobooks. But the TV series is coming. I can't freaking wait. And that is a quote from that book series, one of my favorite book series. Our Nation Rich might be into that. What did I miss? Dude, The Winter King. So I wanted to show you guys all of these. So we have our character. I hear creatures. Shit! The combat is very wonky, and this is a little different here too. So we'll have to access the loot, where in previous versions of the game, you would run over the creatures and it would automatically pick up the loot. And a lot of people have complained that it's not the same as it used to be. That we now have this. Now, what's the bonus? What's the upside to this? Why would the developers change this? Because you are going to end up with 6 million rat tails. And so now with this new system, you can choose what you want to pick up rather than being stuck with 1 million rat tails, right? So I dig it. It's a different game. It looks the same. It's a little different.
Hail, traveler.
Hail, traveler. And so Fargrove.
Fare thee well.
Fare thee well. Awesome. Oh, that's right. And so there's a lot of Easter eggs in this. Now, one of the reasons that I'm going to take a lot of time in the beginning is because I am convinced that in my previous playthroughs many years ago, that I went right past a lot of Easter eggs. I mean, you guys remember back in the day when Doom and Quake was first released? I must have missed like every freaking thing that you could never see on the walls. You know, so I'm taking my time. And I love this. This is just my speed. This game, too, is also 54 years old. And so, how can we open this? Let's see. It just opened right up. Awesome. So we got a dagger, a throwing knife. Get that gold, 17 gold. And so there's going to be a lot of little things hidden like this. There's going to be a lot of little traps and Easter eggs and things like that on the walls that are going to be a challenge. That's an awesome Japanese maple.
Hail, traveler.
So you guys are rolling down the street. You guys want to make $1 million bucks? Let me tell you how to make $1 million bucks. I never said I didn't teach you anything. So you're walking down the boulevard. I just hit E again.
Fare thee well.
So you're walking down the boulevard. You're walking down through your neighborhood. Some geezer has a Japanese maple sitting in their front yard, right? Do you hear it? You hear the Doom music? So you pick up one of the Japanese maple leaves, right? You take it home. You get a shot glass. You fill it with water. You go to your local decent good gardening store. You get some rooting hormone. Probably costs you about $6. Look at these little turkeys. What are you doing down there? We're going to roast you. Some Sweet Baby Ray's honey barbecue sauce. Man, they'd fry. Oh, die, shit. Oh, don't fuck with the wizards, man. Oh, you little bastards. Oh. Now the thing is these guys, well, I gotcha. Ooh. Is he? Oh, he's still kicking. Oh, rat stew. Sorry guys, I forgot what I was talking about. If somebody remembers and you refresh my memory, thanks. So rock and roll. Oh, okay, so also what you just heard, that music transition, in the music that is shipped with the Steam edition, the music begins and ends very abruptly. It's very awkward. And so I've already taken the liberty to modify the music so we have nice fade outs and nice fade ins, so you're not slammed with some music in the side of the head, because that's what it was doing. I'll throw these mods up somewhere, probably on ModDB or Nexus or something, but I did fade the music in and out so it's not like hitting you all epic. And you guys, I'm just getting my feet wet again. And so let's check out our freaking cool screens, right? I got monsters are only going to come maybe every 5 minutes, so that'll give us an opportunity to go ahead and look at our kick-ass screens. We got our kick-ass character sheet, wooden staff. It's doing 75 out of 75 damage. That's how many hit points it has. It does 1 to 4 damage. That sucks. Now, one of the differences between this game and the original that I don't really care about is that you've got individualized weapon skills in the Steam version. Where what I mean is I now have a staff skill. So I have a staff combat skill. I have a dagger combat skill. I have a two-handed swords combat skill versus a two-handed hammer combat skill. They're separate. Where in the previous versions of the game, you had a two-handed combat skill that covered all two-handed weapons. A lot of people bitched about it. I find it more challenging, but I also find it more useful where I can now just concentrate all of my points into one weapon that I'm going to use the most. It would work the same either way. If all my points were put into two-handed weapon skills across the board versus me putting points into just my staff, it's still going to work out the same way. It's going to, in the end, it's going to add up the same. Good old fireball spells, and we'll look at our spells in a minute. I still want to look at the rat tails. We're going to end up selling them. There's one difference in the game that I haven't explored yet, and I haven't decided what it's all about. Most of the things that I think that I've seen people that didn't like about the game don't really bother me. Like I said, I'm trying to play it as a different game, and we'll see how far we can get tonight. Let's take a look at the rest of these menus. So our character screen, we need, now it'll have a cloth armor, leather armor, chain armor, metal armor that we will have to skill up in. And so our cloth armor, I am assuming, and I'm likely right, that we have to level up to 3 cloth armor points. So it would be cloth armor level 1, 2, 3, and then we can move on to tougher armor. I'm assuming that's how it works. And so any kind of other things that we don't have yet will fill in these slots. We likely will not, there's some tweaks and things that are a little different where we as a wizard may not be able to use archery. I'm okay with that, right? The red bar at the top, should be our health. The blue bar is new as opposed to previous versions of the game, and that is our mana. A lot of people complained at why do we have mana now? We used to be able to just unlimited use spells if you're a wizard. I don't really care either way. So, you know, my mana and my health my mana doesn't really seem to deplete that much anyway. It's not worth bitching about. So level 1, and we have a blue, I'm looking at the left top corner, and we have a blue, it's filling up. Sorry, can't remember the word. It's filling up where it says 1 right below my hero's face. When we get to level 2. I know this is old hat for most of you guys and you can figure it all out, but it's nice to verbalize it for me anyway. Our health is 48 hit points. Our mana is 90. Our armor is 5. We have 112 experience points. We need 1,000 experience points to our next level. We'll probably get to level 3 tonight, just fighting monsters in the woods, uncovering some of this map. And so because we're a mage, and I apologize, my cam's in the way. Pro magic, 20% fire, petrify, poison, ice, gas. We'll probably learn a few. We got 7 kills already, rats and snakes. All right. So let's investigate some of our other screens. And so far we have our magic missile spell, Mana 12. It uses 12 mana points. Casting is 1 second, so it has a bit of 1 second cooldown. Launches an arcane missile at the target, impacting 9 to 15 magic damage in a 4-foot radius. We have Ice Strike. Cooldown's 15 seconds. I'll try to remember that. A chilling strike that deals 8 to 13 ice damage. Right on. And so some skills, as you can imagine, when they're elemental based, are going to have different effects, adverse effects, or no effect, depending upon the creature we're using it on. We go up against an ice giant. The ice strike's not going to do nothing to it. Self-explanatory. So we have our arcane spells, and then we have crystal spells. The crystal spells can only be used by clerics, by adepts, by holy magic users. And so I don't believe that the wizard class, this is the only type of magic that we can't use. Now, if I choose as my secondary class, because we'll have a primary class and then we'll have a secondary class, and then we will have a choice to choose 2 more splinter classes off of each of those nodes, right? So we have all kinds of really cool trippy classes in here. We even have some specialized classes where if we go on quests, I think there's a witch in a tower or a sorceress, and she sends you on a special quest, and you can choose to get a very specialized, unique sorcery class. Other than that, the troop trees are really cool. I really dig them. But if we choose to become both an adept, a clerical magic user, and a wizard arcane magic user, we'll be a very powerful magic user indeed. We will have all the spells at our disposal. And I haven't decided yet whether I'm going to go pure wizard or if I'm going to go fighter mage. We'll see. I could always, if I became I usually would become a ranger, just like in real life, right? So check it out. Look at the nether spells. So we'll learn the nether spells. They're going to be awesome. Fear. Oh, so it won't even tell us what the spell is. It's so top secret. We can't even see what it is. Right? And so there's a bunch. There's level 10 rune spell. Vengeance. Sanctuary. Dude, look at that. Poison Cloud. Berserk. Now, the nether spells are rogue spells for the thieving rogue class. The brigand, the rogue, right? Awesome. And the thing is the rogue class is a very, very, very valuable class to have because you have very few options in unlocking and lockpicking or bashing or opening up treasure chests. You do it wrong, you're dead. You bash the wrong chest, it's the wrong roll of the dice, it will explode, you're going to die. You can do your best at lock picking, and the puzzles in this, for me personally, they're just my speed, and I still find them challenging to clickety click. It's nice. Fill it with water. Go to the gardening store. Yes. Oh, I didn't finish. And then you get some. Thank you, Alpha. Thank you so much. And so if you guys do that and you take those Japanese maples and then you grow that rooting hormone and you grow those Japanese maples, you grow that one leaf. Okay, it's going to take you a couple of years. You'll get that Japanese maple to about 12 to 16 inches, right? And then you, let's say you nurse it for a couple of years and you grow it to about 4 feet high. And then you turn around and sell it for $1,000. Multiply that by 200. Multiply it by 1,000. All it took was a leaf and a $7 bottle of rooting hormone and a little water and a little TLC. You make $1 million. Open a roadside garden center. And so then you apply to the great nation of France for their immigrant housing program, and they'll give you $20,000 and a wonderful French chateau in the countryside in a rural area that is being depopulated, as long as you open up an actual business that people can visit. So you open up a roadside gardening stand and you sell Japanese maples because everybody there has grapes. Dude, Japanese maples are awesome. I love them. I should post some pictures of some designs and stuff that I've done over the years with Japanese mapes. Yeah, they're a wonderful tree. Wonderful tree. My favorite is the Weeping Norwegian. The Weeping Norwegian. It is a pine, but it's very spindly. And what you can do with it is you can grow the tree like vines on the side of your house with little U-nails, and you can grow designs, smiley faces, or really cool stuff in the side of your house with these trees. And that's what we used to do. I think Norwegian weeping pine. And I love the Japanese maple, though. Japan, the Netherlands and Holland, and which became the Netherlands, has always been the horticulture capital of the world. But in the last century, Japan would be the horticultural capital of that side of the world, for sure. I've always wanted to go to Okinawa and apprentice in Zen rock gardening. That would be fun. And so what's this? Oh, and this is another, this was one of the things that I wanted to touch on that I'm a little confused about. I'm not quite sure what to think of this. Ah, I see. Now I understand. This had me so confused because in the original game, this nether catal, your nether catal stash would be empty. You would have no nether catals, which people say reagents. I say ingredients. These are ingredients from the apothecary. Okay, and so in the original game, la-di-da, this would be empty. You have to collect these all in nature. You have to forage, collect them from loot, etc., etc. And so we never knew how many catals or what catals there were. And there is no recipe book for what catals we can mix and what they'll do. We had to it was a total mystery. It was an enigma. It was great. And so we had to figure it all out, right? And so I'd collect all these I'd spend months just collecting these and figuring out what they do. And so in the new one, here they all are. And I'm like, okay, now this just answered my question because it wasn't clear that do we now have all these for free in our inventory? No, we don't. Because we have 7 rat tails. So this is some sort of a inventory is what this says. We don't have wolf manes. Okay? And so we will click these. We will take these out of here when we do indeed have one. And then we can mix some stuff up. Right? And so I was a little confused about that because I miss seeing these little icons. I remember these. The little eyeballs, right? The little fangs and stuff. It's so awesome. The little wolf's head and stuff. It's great. And so, yeah, I was a little confused about that, but that just now answered my question. I just noticed that little 7 there. And so that means we have 7 rat tails. And so when we go to I can't wait to go to the apothecary. The apothecary's cool. So much fun. Right on. And so that answered that question. What else we got? We have some more leveling stuff. We have no skill points to add. And so we have dagger skill, staff skill. We have two-handed weapon skill. We have a 1 in cloth armor skill, and I believe we will have to level up our cloth armor skill to a 3, and then we can move on to leather armor, level that up to a 3, move on to the next class of armor. And so you can see where it's leveling up right there, the little blue bar. And so our arcane magic skill, our nether magic skill, our alchemy skill. And guys, I'm going to be doing dinner and a movie. I'm also going to be doing some readings. If you guys like fun historical trivia, in the mornings, hopefully this week I'll be pouring some coffee. I'll simply be reading some interesting, funny stuff here at WKRP in Cincinnati. And so thieving skills, these skills, I cannot stress how important they are. The thieving skills are just incredibly important. And so I'm going to hit that inspect skill so we can inspect the locks right off the bat before I even level up my magic skills. The disarm trap skills, we're going to need that stuff. Most of this athletic general skills I'm not going to worry about right now because I want to be able to open up treasure chests and I want to be able to defend myself. The dagger throwing, I have no idea how to use it. What do we have here? Magic weaponry skill. And so I need to remember how to enchant my weapons so that we can have a badass staff shooting some fireballs and stuff. Level 1 magic weaponry. And thank you guys again for your patience and for tuning in and for exploring this freaking wonderful old gem with me. Love this game. So let's take a look around. Do we look at all of our... We just looked at that. Let's take a look at our mysterious letter. Right, so we can read our letters. Nice, the font looks good. Maybe I'll change that one if I can. Good font choices. We'll put like a parchment font in there. Awesome, awesome. And so our map is Fog of War. There's no way to turn the Fog of War off. I'm all good with that. I like Fog of War. It's a mystery. Also, up here in the right-hand corner where our small round map is, I discovered that if you hit on your keypad, your minus and your plus key, you can zoom that map in up in the right-hand corner. However, unfortunately, unfortunately, it does not have the same effect on the large map. Why? I don't know. Play it anyway. And so that was our map. And then, of course, we have our saves. And that's that. Super cool. Awesome, awesome. And now we're going to explore. Bitchin', bitchin'. I wanted to show you guys around a little bit. And for myself as well. Now, if we open up, we have all of our inventory windows here. Now, if we get when we get a new item, one of the wonderful new things that the Steam edition has that the older editions did not have is right above this bottom, Alpha. Dude, Alpha, go to bed. Rest well, Daddy-O. Dude, thanks so much for the company. And I will see you on your broadcast soon. And thank you so much for the subscription and for the thoughtful raid. And thanks for hanging out, man. Mission accomplished. Big hugs. And please be safe and have a successful day ahead. All of you everywhere. If you do roll out of here, all of you guys, please be safe. Please make a good memory and do a good deed if the opportunity presents itself. Dude, I'm going to send you a Japanese maple. Awesome, awesome. Let us continue. Alpha, much love. Big hugs, my MS brother. See, I'm not the only one from Mars. I'll see you soon on your stream. I hope I see all you guys streaming. I'm so glad to have crossed paths with all of you. It's why I came on Twitch. To see how many live streams I could do not wearing pants before anybody noticed. Let's go. Let's go get groovy. Oh, what I was saying was, this bottom bar that I'm interacting with, rest well, Alpha. And I apologize if I missed you. And if I missed any chat, you guys, come on over. I'll buy a pizza. So one nice little thing that we have that we didn't have in the last game is this bar at the bottom with all these great commands instead of slamming through all this with the keyboard, right? But right above the middle on the bottom bar, okay, when I get a new inventory item that is usable item, like this weapon, I don't think I can use this. I think I can't. And see, so now I dropped it. And so I can't use that. I have to figure out how to put it to a different slot. But when I get a certain item that I will be able to use, I can't use it. That's why I can't equip it. If it says skill throw weapons, I don't have the skill because it's in red, which means I can't even equip it. But if I could equip it, okay, and I grab that icon and I move it down to this bar, a secondary bar is going to appear right above the bottom bar. And that will give you access to key commands F1 through F8. So it will give you 8 more quick keys. That's super. That's super nice. And so the bottom bar right there with the quick keys, I don't believe we had that in the last game. So that's a huge improvement for just quick keys. And like I said, we also have a secondary quick key bar with the F1s through et cetera, F8, which is really helpful. I just wanted to share that. And so that's super nice. Let's explore. Enough of the yammer. Smoke them if you got them. It's 420 somewhere. Awesome, awesome. So let's uncover some of this map. We're going to run into thieves and bats and snakes and orcs and nasty skeleton warriors. And every time that we go into a different realm, my magic's getting stronger. And we're just starting out again. Level 1. Fun, fun, fun. And thank you so much for that good night. It's very polite. Welcome to Dungeon Lords. Look at this. And you know, I gotta say, a lot of people had, several people that I engaged had started up playing this, and then they switched back to the old version. And after looking at the textures, man, they're not comparable. These textures are juicy for an old game. They took them and they really upgraded them, man. They really juiced them up. So nice. So let's uncover the map. We can't go up those hills. I think we're going to get attacked about every 5 minutes. There's an orc or a goblin village. The movement, the zooming in and the zooming out. I remember there used to be a lock for that. In the old game, you could lock it at the distance that you wanted it. A lot of people have lately complained that this drives them bananas. It doesn't bother me. And I've got some supernatural vertigo going on. And this doesn't really bother me. And I'm so glad. Because this is a game where I was very worried that I wasn't going to be able to play it. That it was going to make me ill. And it hasn't. So I'm happy. I've been trying to play Gun. And I love Gun, the old Neversoft. The old Neversoft game. And it's still making me ill. And it bums me out because I love that fun old arcade game. But that's alright. There's crazy games being made every day, huh? And so we have a goblin village over here. But I am not going to engage that village. That would be stupid. We're sitting at level 1. I'll hit that village when we're like level 2 or level 3. Oh, shit. Look at this guy. I got you. Damn, we took him out with one hit. We'll get some good loot for him. He's a bandit. We got healing potion. We don't know what the melee weapon is, which means we have to identify it. That's cool. Well, if it's a dagger skill, it's probably a dagger. Also, there is a timer on this loot. So can I not pick that up because I cannot identify it? That's what I'm wondering. You see how it's still sitting there? Let's see if it got in our inventory. It did. Hey. Goop. Goopster. Goopster. Dude, right on. Right on, Shritty. I'm glad you're still here. Goop, thanks for the sub. I enjoy hanging out with you on your stream, dude. If you ever want to come for a vacation, you guys come hang out. I'll sell you to Bedouins. It'll be an experience you'll never forget. You guys ever wash camels? Oh shit, we're in trouble. You hear that shit? Oh shit, what do we got here? Goblin City. I'm still up my fire. Oh man, we missed him. He'll kill us. Yeah, look at him. Look at he's freaking boogieing. You see, that was a nice fade out, the music. When, if you guys were to buy this, that music right there would just like that, it would end. It was really strange. So I faded that out. Right on. Healing potion, we got some gold. It doesn't say how much. Melee weapon, we don't know what it is because we don't have the skill. But it says sword skill, so we know it's a sword. It's a goblin sword. I used the shit out of that years ago. Goblin sword acquired. You see the font right there? The 10 gold, the font right there that we're seeing? We want to use the same font. Game Design 101. We want to use the same font, right? You see how they're switching the fonts up on the menus? And then we get into this letter and we see that font right there. We want to use a similar font in the game. I know, it's like a peeve. It's weird, huh? Oh, shit. Turn. I'm looking at the map to see what we're going to uncover. I wish I could figure out how to zoom this in. It won't do it. I'm probably missing something. So we're loading into another area, and so that auto-saved. And I'm really not trying to do a tutorial. I'm trying to share a few of the small things that I discovered. Like in your character creation, like I showed you. If you don't get a bunch of bonus points on that 12 dice roll, redo your hero until you get those 12 extra points, because, you know, it's nice to start out with a little bit of extra. The first few times I ever created a character, I probably missed that. I figured that's how many points everybody gets. And so we're going to uncover this map. We're going to explore. We're going to build up our experience points. We're going to level. We're going to collect some loot until we cannot collect any more loot. And then we're going to head to Fargrove, to the gate. We're going to talk to the guard. And we're going to have to try to access the city of Fargrove, which is going to be our first base of operations, where we will be getting quests. Love this shit, man. Oh, that's so good. Man, I'll tell you what. The reason I'm drinking a lot of ginger beer and stuff like that is it really helps with nausea. Oh, shit. Now, our spells will probably be stopped by those shields. Whoa. Yeah, my ice strike didn't do shit. I think maybe I have to touch him. Took him out. Damn. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. I see the skeleton warriors, right? Dude, look at that armor. 300 gold for that armor. We got dead man's hair. Want some freaking dead man's hair. Holy shit. My daughter has a mourning brooch. She has a mourning brooch. If you don't know what a mourning brooch is, a brooch is it's a small brooch that actually has the hair in it of a loved one who has passed away. And so she has a mourning brooch that is a couple 100 years old that she collected. It's worth a lot. Dead man's hair. No shit. And so I never know when I'm going to see some plant or one of these. I always have to escape for that. The nether catals. I don't know, I'm keeping my eye out for these. I never know when I'm going to see some of this stuff or if we're just going to get it in loot. There we go. Movement's back to normal. I'm looking at the map. I want to see what we're going to cover. I don't want to cover the same real estate twice. Drinking if you got it. But this ginger beer, it helps with the nausea. It really does. Herb. I will get freaking nausea, man. I'm on a freaking roller coaster. I'm in Space Shuttle Columbia. I'm freaking headed down to the earth, about ready to hit into the ocean. Spinning out like freaking crazy, like the banana splits at Six Flags. Ready to puke my brains out. I take one puff. Within 5 minutes, that nausea is gone. This stuff, not so quick, but boy, it does help, and it tastes good to boot. Downside is I need to quit smoking. I enjoy tobacco. We got wolves. Upside is edibles. This ice strike, it didn't do shit to him. Whoa, that did some damage. Whoa, shit. How we doing on our health? We're still alive. We're still alive. We got him. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. Poor puppies. I used to have an American Timberwolf named Chloe, and she had 11 pups with a Malamute that were hybrids. She's a real deal wolf, man. She's real chill. She sit on our couch. She grew up with a bunch of hippies. It's a different kind of intimidation when there's a full-size freaking big-ass wolf sitting there licking your hand and you know it's totally docile. So this is Dungeon Lords, you guys, and we're going to get to Fargrove. I want to make my way around the map. We're going to go into a different area. And thanks for kicking it. Dungeon Lords is a chill game that I'm glad that I resurrected it. It's where I'm at in my life and my illnesses and how I've been feeling and everything. This is just my speed. Groovy Solutions. Yesterday I was running that preview. I was having a hard time talking, but my talking improved. I'm a little. There's a lot of goblins in there. That's a big full out fight. Yeah, I'm a little iffy about going. There's like a goblin shaman in there, so I want to at least level up. We're almost ready to level up. Yeah, I could see him. He's in the window. He's in the window. He's in there moving around. There's a little goblin shaman in there. I want to level up, though, to at least level 3 before I try to take on that village. My name is Wimpy. I will pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Yeah, this ice strike, I'm kind of wondering what's up with my ice strike. Do I have to hold it down? I guess that's what, just to hit him? I'll figure out how to use it, the ice strike. He's got yellow blood, we have red blood. This combat is so weird. Oh! We leveled up. That was cool. Shrieking Star acquired. You gain +3 bonus points. We got Dead Man's Hair. It's worth 15 gold. Who would have guessed? Looks like he's got an axe and stuff right there, but we can't pick it up. Well, we have a sword. We have a rusted broadsword. And we'll call it Orcrist, the Goblin Cleaver. Goblin sword. It looks like we ID'd it, I guess, with our intelligence. So we leveled up. This armor and stuff, yeah, we don't have a shield skill. Leather armor skill, but we've got the stuff ready to roll. And I want to see what's available at the merchant when we get to Fargrove too, because we can sell a bunch of the stuff that we're never going to use. Buy some cool wizard's robes, man. That'd be awesome. So we're level 2, so that means we have some points to spend, right? And save the game. Awesome, so we have some points to spend. We do. We got 3 bonus points to spend on our skills. Our armor's still 5, experience 1155, mana 102, 56 health points. Awesome, awesome. Oh man, I gotta get those spell skills up there. And our health, because we're gonna be fighting some more dangerous creatures. This is still on 12, 13, 22. I want that magic skill. I want our spells to last longer, have a greater range, have a larger area of effect, etc., etc. You guys know the drill. Awesome, awesome. So that's that for that. Super. And so this is glowing, which is telling me that we have points to spend. Shit, here comes some bats. Good deal. Creepy little ninny muggins. Look at them. Rock and roll. 10 gold for bat wings. And so the thing is we can sell the stuff, or what I think is much funner is to concoct some potions and create some new spells. Right, so we can mix some of these things together, if I remember correctly. Hey, Taga, good morning. What do you mean, thank you? So I'm going to come out and smoke a bowl with you. Taga, welcome. And Taga, guess what? Am I live? Is this a recording? Am I live? Taga, happy birthday. Love you to death, man. Happy birthday, my fellow dad squad. And today is the beginning of my religious holiday. Happy solstice to you, my friend. And that's what thousands and thousands of people would today, 8,000 years ago, 8,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, 1,500 years ago, thousands of people, and those dates I gave you were specific, will be congregating, thousands of people where you live, and they would be partying their asses off for the next 2 weeks. Happy solstice. They'd be having a big orgy and a bunch of big feast and shit. It would be DFF, man, for 2 weeks. Drink, fucking, fight. Yup, on the tour. Right on. Drink, fucking, fight. Dude, right on. It was nice chilling with you too, man. Welcome to Dungeon Lords. I know I was playing the preview last night. Taga, good to see you. Oh shit, the village. And so, what did we not spend? What did we not look at before we get out of here? Because I want to come out and say hi, Smoke. We got 3 skill points to add for this stuff. So straight up, I'm going to spend 2 of those spells. Do you hear it? Do you hear it? The bats are coming after us. I want to go get our disarm trap. And then I'm going to spend 1 more skill on my magic, on my staff skill. We spent those skill points. We're all set. Now we still have some spells that we need to assign. Shit, we're being attacked. Come on, I want to get to my spells. I want to, oh shit, wolves. Whoa, whoa, come on, turn my keys, turn my keys, turn my keys. Wolfmanes. I want to assign my spells, and then it's time to puff a bowl. Gosh, I'm not even buzzed. I need a big fat pint. Let's find our spells. We need to assign our spells. Where's our spells? Give me my spells. Where's my spells? Where's my spells? I keep getting there. Did you hear that? That was not me. That was not me. I did not fart. Here they are. Right here. So we got new spells. We've acquired the Shrieking Star. So now what we need to do is equip that spell. right? So put that baby right down there. So now we can use that Shrieking Star. Shrieking Star is our new spell that we just got. A slow-moving swirl of shrieking sparks that inflicts 5 electrical damage every second to enemies with... Oh, man, electrical damage. Could you imagine? You guys, you can make popcorn in about 2 seconds with that spell. How about that? So cool. We got a new spell. We leveled up. We spent our points. Super, super. Awesome, awesome. Do you hear the trippy sounds? Awesome. Tagaman. Tagaman. What's shaking, Taga?
Good fortunes to you, my friend.
It's a lot like Chivalry, Chivalry, Chivalry. That game. I forget what it was called. And are very much like Mountain Blade Warband, but they're newer. You know what I mean? Like that game that I play often. The game that I play the most on this TV channel here in Wonkaville, starring Taga, Mr. Bean. Did you guys know that Taga is really Mr. Bean's cousin? It's true. It's Taga Man Atkinson. But that's a lot like Mountain Blade Warband. Yeah, I can't wait till they work on that some more. I can't wait till they work on that some more, dude. That was very cool. It was the little bit of lagginess that was not all on your end at all. That's a beta, man. They're like they've done a lot of work on that in such a quick time. And so, if I wanted to. Dark and Darker. Dark and Darker. I couldn't remember the name. See this? Like my new solstice hat? Remember how I told you that I can't wear heavy hats on my head no more? Because it feels so weird, man. Right? So I got like my floppy cap. It's real light. It's like paper. And this, I got this. It's like paper thin. So now you guys won't get, you won't have to put your sunglasses on now when my big forehead's shining at you. Nice to see you, man. Dude, check this out. Check this out. Check this out. I've been showing everybody this because I'm so excited, right? So that's Darkhawk, right? Darkhawk, baby. I'm so excited. I can't wait. So you guys, what I'm going to do is we're going to do a reading of this on a broadcast some morning. I'm having some coffee. I'll be sitting here with my pajamas on, and we're going to have a look. So Darkhawk is a 17-year-old teenager superhero with the Avengers who is diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And so it's Marvel's very first multiple sclerosis superhero. And so Darkhawk was revived for that role. And so for this Darkhawk, they did 5 comics. I have 1 in 5. 5's on the way. I scored this for probably $14 and it shot up to $200. So one of my goals in life I wanted to share with you guys is, believe it or not, everybody has a bucket list, right? The #1 item on my bucket list for 20 years was to hike the Milford Track in New Zealand. It's the greatest hike in the world. #2 was the Kungsladen Trail, the King's Path, through Abisko and Lapland and Sami through Norway and Sweden. It's about 500 miles. I won't ever be able to do those. That will never happen. I can't ever do that. But in any event, one of the bucket list items that I had, surprisingly enough, was to, in my life, before I die, is to create my own graphic novel. And that's what I'd like to do here on Twitch. And you guys can be along for the ride when I create a graphic novel. And I've got some good ideas that go along with the video games that we're playing. So we're playing along in this adventure. You guys are interacting on the channel. We're having conversation. We're interacting. Implement that whole experience into the graphic novel in real time as you move forward, creating it together. Sounds like fun. And at the very same time, I can accomplish that bucket list item, right? Just like that. Hell yeah. So I'm excited. And so I'm trying to collect all of these, 1 through 5. And so I'm excited about that. And so I thought I would share the good things. And someday, when it is legal for me to grow my own medication in the state of Pennsylvania, because it's legal for medicinal uses, most people are pretty free and open with herb in the state of Pennsylvania, but I can't grow it. And when that day comes, I will finally be able to get high again, because I will have grown it myself. Who was I talking to? Goop? I was talking to Goop. Goop's probably at the casino, and he's sitting in chat. He's on the casino. And Goop, thanks again for that sub, and thanks for the fun company on your stream. I liked that game you were playing. The music was great. Pardon me. Goop asked me, he said, are Cuban cigars as good as everybody says they are? I've smoked $100 cigars. I smoke $2 cigars. These $2 cigars are 100% organic, grown in organic, non-treated soil, no synthetics used for fertilizer, no fungicides, insecticides, or pesticides. And for me personally, those $2 cigars are better than those $100 cigars. And so I asked Mr. Goop, Emperor Goop, pardon me guys, boy that hit this. So what happened? I said, what is the best cigars, best tobacco? What's the best tobacco, best weed, and best tomatoes ever grown on Earth? I haven't grown them yet. Stay tuned. So nice of you all to come in tonight. Alpha, thanks again for that raid. My MS brother. My fellow MS streamers, thanks so much. All you guys. Networking, friendships, high fives. I hope you all liked that Dungeon Lords. That was fun. Taga, what does your day ahead hold? It's 1:30 in the morning here in Gettysburg Battlefield. I've got a half a cup of hot cocoa. And I'm still wide awake. Oh, I got my new toy for all of us blind people. But that's why I got it. Because I drop things often and I can't see them. So I got a nice little pen light. Taga, what does your... Pardon me for the coughing. I apologize. What does your day ahead hold? You're probably streaming already, aren't you? Drinking coffee or smoking a cigarette. I've done that 3 times tonight. And gracias, thank it's strange that I have adopted that. That's one thing that I've noticed in the mid-Atlantic of the United States that's very different than where I'm from. And I've lived out on the East Coast for 30 years. But I notice when I move here, one thing that people do is at the end of sentences, people will say a while. I think I'll do that a while. And when you say that's a very nice hat, people will say, well, yes, it is. Oh, it's great. I love the blue. And say, well, thank you very much. Should we level up again? What did I have for you guys? I have to take a quick bathroom break, and I think I'm going to come back for a bit. But I always have something fun for you guys that I hope you will enjoy. And that will work. Enjoy the bit, my friends. I'm going to go to the necessary, and I will return. If I don't return, don't come in, because you're going to see a naked man laying on the floor in a puddle of water smiling. You'll be scarred for life. That woke you up, didn't it?
I want you to destroy the amulet. And me along with it. You brought me from the flames. You must send me back. You'll know the time. You must act while life is still in me.
It is definitely Wizard Week. Right. Love this freaking movie. This is one of my favorite movies of all time. And I had to say, you guys, thanks for letting me share a bit about myself. A lot about myself, I guess. Not trying to be a narcissist, but thanks for letting me share a little bit of my life into a little bit of yours. And thanks for sharing a little bit of your life and a little bit of mine. Love this film. This has been one of my favorite films since I was a kid. Love this film. Tritty, right on. Hate for my memories to all be gone and no one ever heard what I had to share about the things I've seen or the places I've been or the things I've done. Look at that badass freaking dragon. Okay, we weren't doing this with computers at this time. I took the very first computer animation course ever offered in this hemisphere in 1986, in the fall of 1986 at the Art Institute of Chicago. So you see, we weren't even using computers for this at all. Hey man, you're a cool guy, man. Look at that dragon, dude. Let's go for a ride. Did anybody happen to catch the new Game of Thrones television show? I haven't caught it yet, but the FBI lady says it's a wild life of our existence. Right on. The FBI lady says it's excellent, the new Game of Thrones. She loves it. So what did you guys think of Dungeon Lords? It's a chill little fun game. It's an old classic that's dear to my heart. And I also, thanks for listening to me share with you guys why it's dear to my heart. Dungeon Lords helped me through. What I didn't share with you guys is that when I was going through hereditary hemochromatosis treatments and I was in the hospital, I was also going through my divorce. And I was facing a liver transplant. And that game, Dungeon Lords, that's one thing that I played that was my crutch. It was my happy place. I could go play Dungeon Lords. Going through divorce, hospitalization, all that jazz back 17 years ago. And I was playing Dungeon Lords as my freaking happy time. Hit it, Mr. McNichol. So his sister was Christy McNichol and Mark McNichol, and they were brother and sister, and they were both actors and actresses back in the 70s and 80s. They were pretty popular. Good film, guys. And so some night, guys, we are going to watch this whole thing. I'm going to sit down and probably get a pizza. We'll be chilling out. I'm going to play a bunch of my old favorites. We're going to watch Lady Hawk. We'll watch Dragon Slayer. Watch a bunch of old fun stuff. And so I don't get slammed with the copyright, I will...
I want you to destroy
the amulet. I might not publish it.
Good fortunes to you, my friend.
Good fortunes to you, my friends. We will, I won't publish it. I won't get in trouble. Or I can do a watch party. But some good old movies. Some good old movies. See our deadly Viking back there today? Yeah, he's back there. Yep, Odin's back there in the back watching us. Lit a candle for my grandmother today. She was a wonderful woman. She bought me, I was 8 years old. Thanks for listening. Has to do with fantasy and lore. I was 8 years old and she bought me the entire Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe book series. And then we got in her car and we headed west. And when she drove, she told me, she says, we're going to drive 60 miles an hour so that I know it takes 1 minute to drive a mile. And so as she drove, I would read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe to my grandmother as she drove. And so we went to Mount Rushmore, the Four Corners, the Utah Salt Flats, Rocky Mountain National Park, Yellowstone National Park, Denver, the Four Corners, the Grand Canyon, the Sequoias, the Redwoods, the Black Hills. We went to the Black Hills on our way home. So my grandmother drove us all over the country, just me and her. And she planted that travel bug in me. And she taught me that reading to one another is a very nice thing indeed. And so later in life, when I was married, when I met Sage's mother 30 years ago on Grateful Dead tour, me and my wife met on Dead tour, and she would cook dinner and I would read to her, and then the next day I would cook dinner and she would continue the same book from where we left off. It's a nice practice, guys. Think about it, and I hope you engage in it. A good book for partners, a good book for partners, a good book for a marriage. Do you guys remember, and I am so sorry, I'm not going to remember his whole name, my memory. His first name is Richard. He wrote Jonathan Livingston Seagull. His name is Richard. I can't remember his last name, but everybody knows Jonathan Livingston Seagull. And I'm not going to Google it right now. But he wrote another book, and it was called One, O-N-E. And in the book, him and his wife they're flying a plane. They're on a plane trip. Have you ever read it? Getting the stew ready. What kind of stew? What kind of stew, man? And so they become one person, who later becomes their daughter. But they go through this life as two-person becoming truly one person. It's strange. If you look at you and your partner, and it shows you, it sheds a lot of light on, if you look at your relationship as if you are one person, what would that person be like? How should that person be like? How do you want that person to be like? And how do you get there from point A to point B? Chicken stew, baby. Ooh, that sounds good. Boy, I could use some good old chicken noodle soup. I think we're going to get in and cast some more spells. I'm still going to be awake for a little while. I wanted to Taga out. That's what I was going to do. Taga rolled in to say hey. Got to give you El Kabong. You guys remember Quick Draw McGraw? And he would become a superhero called El Kabong. El Kabong. And Babalooey. Stardog. Whoa. I didn't know Alpha puffed. He said he was high as fuck. I didn't know he smoked herb. Boy, it's going to be a nice day indeed when I can just grow my own. Because I am not a lawbreaker. Believe it or not, I'm not a lawbreaker. If I was, I'd be growing my own. And I certainly know how. It's what got me into horticulture in the first place. El Kabong, chicken stew, big fat egg noodles. Ooh, egg noodles and sauce, baby, with some Swedish meatballs and dill. Yeah. I need my daughter up here to make a feast. She makes the lutefisk just right. I make it like shit. It's unedible. I can eat it. It's like the strongest ammonia licorice that you'd ever eat. She cooks all that out just right. My daughter learns to cook Scandinavian food from cookbooks that she collects that are like 100 years old. She'd go to these antique shops and she'd collect these old cookbooks that are old Swedish cookbooks, old Norse cookbooks. Learns how to make these old dishes, translate the language. Shit to do when you're young. Dude, that's the second time I heard dumplings tonight. Pardon me. Tritty had dumplings as well. A little bit different. But dumplings are dumplings, and I freaking love dumplings. We have them. We have dumplings in a can here. Only in the USA can you find dumplings in a freaking can. Dude, you're so lucky. There is nothing like Chinatown in San Francisco. Chinatown in Chicago, highly recommended. And if you guys go to Chinatown in Chicago, just yell out really loud, like on the weekends, Dino! Dino! Just yell Dino once in a while in Chinatown in Chicago. And if some guy about my age, but he's Japanese, he walks up to you, he says, will you say my name? I say, hey man, do you know Hardcore Daryl? I said, Daryl, man. He's like my demon kitty. Chinatown is great. You guys are lucky, man. That's one of the things I love about cities. I don't like living in the city. I like living in the country. But the city has everything. Like in DC, they have the international market. My daughter goes to the international market. Foods from every nation, man. Products and goods. Jam. She always goes there to get me my Norwegian jam because I can't get it. The best place to get real Norwegian goods is back in my hometown and back in my home county in Norway. But yeah, I love the cities because in the city, man, you can get anything. You see, if I want to get real British food that Taga eats, I can get it in DC. And I mean, I can get it readily in DC in like the same way Taga would get it. But I don't know, only in DC. I haven't been in the rest of the country in years, you know. But that's what I love about cities, and I remember San Francisco well. Boy, I've got some close. My longest supportive friend, dear friend, since college, okay? A jewelry designer. She's been a dear friend of mine. She watched The Hobbit with Bill Gates. I've known her since the Art Institute. I've known her for 35 years. And she's been there for me, man, since I've had MS. She's been the one person out of everybody in my life. She's been there, like, been supportive, sends me message, text message, hey, how you doing, you know, this month. She lives in San Francisco. So yeah, I'd love to come back. I'd love to come out to San Francisco to see my friends. I love that girl. She's been supportive to me longer than anyone. My friend out in California, Red. She's an old school punk rocker. She just went to see The Damned a couple of times, probably Blondie and Right On, Depeche Mode. Stuff we used to listen to back in the day. So yeah, I love San Francisco, man. It's like my tradition. Whenever I go to San Francisco, the first thing I have to do is have an Anchor Steam beer. That's just like my own, because Anchor Steam, San Francisco. I gotta have San Francisco beer when I go to San Francisco. How much does it cost to go across the bridge now? Because it used to cost 30 years ago to go across the Golden Gate Bridge, it was $5. And I was appalled. I was like, what? $5 to go across the bridge? Now it's probably like 20, or people have to buy a yearly pass or something. But man, the traffic on that bridge is insane. It's easier to just ride a bike everywhere in San Francisco. All the hills, right? Yeah, I wouldn't fare too well in San Francisco. One of the reasons I had planned for a long time, as my life has changed, let's get mellow, y'all. As my life has changed, my plans have changed, all right? So I'd planned for a long time to move to Harper's Ferry. It's closer to my daughter. It's a historical living history park. I have a lot of friends who come and go there. It's a wonderful, beautiful little town in West Virginia. The thing is, it's like San Francisco. So now that's out of the question. I can't live someplace that's hilly like San Francisco at all. You know, it's funny. Oh, I meant the Golden Gate. Yeah, the big red one. My friend sent me this picture, man. I should share it on Discord sometime. During the fires, she had a picture taken from a drone from probably about 30 stories up. It was wild. Red smoke everywhere in San Francisco. It was several years ago during the fires. I don't think you were living there yet. I don't think you were living there yet. You had told me Estonia, ES. I think you were still in Estonia. Right on. I just remember it was really expensive, and I was wondering. San Francisco's a lot of fun. I spent most of my time in Venice Beach and Santa Monica. My relatives live in Ventura, Santa Monica, Glendale, Venice Beach, Carlsbad, Oceanside. I lived in a sleeping bag at the bottom of Mount Palomar Observatory. Yeah. So I went down south into the Cleveland Mountains. The Southern Rockies in California are called the Cleveland Mountains that go into Mexico. And that's where I kicked drugs. Subway under the bay. I didn't know there was a... I've never ever taken the subway under the bay. I've never taken the subway in San Francisco ever. I didn't know there was one. I think I walked everywhere. Or we took a truck. The mountains down there, man. If you ever get a chance to get down to Lake Henshaw, down south, Mount Palomar and Mount Palomar Observatory, it's nice down there. Watch out for the rattlesnakes and make sure you take some sage home with you. Under the bay. Only a couple of bucks. Well, good deal. Well, I'm glad it's only a couple of bucks. Shit, man. Taking the subway in Chicago 35 years ago was a couple of bucks.
Peggy 16.
Look at that. Yeah, cool. What I didn't show you, I played this earlier at the beginning of the broadcast. A little bit of gameplay in here. Love this old gem. And I'm still not stoned like a wizard. I gotta be wizard stone, man. Warlock weed. So you guys, multiplayer. So if you guys are playing, I'll explain it to you. That was bitchin', leveling up. I was wondering what that was. I couldn't remember. And so, like, where I was just at...
Good fortunes to you, my friend.
Good fortunes to you, my friend. Just like you guys are really used to, you're playing along in a multiplayer game, right? But let's say you're playing your single-player campaign, like I am. So I can be playing my single-player campaign, and you guys can just join me. And so you guys can cruise around and adventure with me for a little while in my single-player campaign that becomes multiplayer. And then you could leave and I can continue my single-player campaign and vice versa. So I can join your game or you can join mine. So it's not necessarily, and we can join a completely different server and do something totally different. But the beauty of it is, like I said, I can join your single-player campaign along with 6 other players, or you can join my single-player campaign that I'm playing right now, and 6 other players can join to help each other accomplish our goals, even the end, the boss fights, and stuff like that. Unfortunately, from what little, a couple lines I've read, I haven't seen much. Some people haven't gotten it to work. Some people And in contrast, on the other side of the fence, there's people reaching out looking for people to play, like, you know, in the Steam community. So I guess some people have had some jip with it, and some people have had some joy with it, you know. Tritty tritty. The subway runs from East Bay down to the airport, now underground. How'd you get to San Francisco? Is your name Sharon? Are you checking up on me? So how do you quit hard drugs? You have a buddy of yours drop you off in the middle of nowhere, so far from civilization that by the time you get back to civilization, you're going to be totally cleaned up. That's what I did. That's why I went to the Southern Rockies. Had my buddy drop me off in the middle of nowhere. I have to walk back from nowhere. And by the time you do, you are clean. It's like freaking Jesus going through the desert for years. An experience like that, you never look back. Never go back. Never touch the bad stuff again. Disassociation. Displacement and disassociation. Displace yourself to somewhere where you cannot associate with bad elements that point you in a direction that you're trying to avoid. Isolation upsides. L train, above ground train, L train. How did you get out? How did you go to San Francisco? Why? I think you were going to school. And that's cool. Man, San Francisco, the Art Institute, the first sister school to the Art Institute of Chicago that was created was the Art Institute of San Francisco. Now in the USA, there's the Art Institutes, which are 2-year schools. They're small schools, and they don't have any affiliation with the Art Institute Museum in Chicago. People often confuse the two. But the first sister school that we opened was in San Francisco. And I was really hoping to get out and check it out. A lot of my friends from out west, when the San Francisco school opened, they decided to go back home and just go to that school because it was back in their home state, where they were accustomed to their laws, you know, like wearing the, it's legal to wear Ronald McDonald shoes. How far can we get? I think Warlord might have another hour of juice in him. Itchy, what's happening? You called for me? Chicago, right on. Dude, right on. Oh, dude, your new name is Chicago. That's the fucking best name. But the thing is, it can't be your name. You're too cool for that. You're too cool for that name. Chicago is a great city. Chicago is my favorite city, Chicago and DC. But Chicago is an old Indian word, and it means stinking onion. So we can't call you Chicago. Oh, dude, right on. So you know my school, the Art Institute with the lions where they put the Cub hats on? Dude, I know Wrigley Field well, man. That's Punkville. That's where I hung out when I was a teenager. That was where all the punk rockers hang out. So Kitty Corner from Rick. Dude, I know Wrigley Field well, man. Kitty Corner. You love this. You'll love this, Bluebeard. Kitty Corner from Wrigley Field is the Cubby Bear. It's a bar. And dude, back in the 80s, man, I saw them all there, man. I saw the Circle Jerks, Dead Kennedys, the Exploited, you name it, Cro-Mags, everybody. All the punk bands played at that bar. And so on the weekends, you'd have 1 million Cubs fans. Moms and dads, boys and girls. And then across the street, you had like 1,000 punk rockers trying to get into this bar. Yeah, I'm a North Sider, man. That's this tattoo. That's North Side Chicago tattoo. Yep, North Side Chicago tattoo. Are you really? That's awesome. Dude, I love the Cubs. No, I didn't know that. Dude, the Cubs at Wrigley Field was my very first baseball game. It was where I had my very first beer. Yeah, I was like 14 years old and my dad bought me a can of beer. Oh, no kidding, man. So you know what my real name is, right? I'm a public person. And so you know what my friends have said to me for years. You know what I hear for years, right? Daryl Strawberry. So when my friends see me back home, they always do that. They do like the Daryl Strawberry thing. Right on. I don't know all the players' names or anything, but I sure like going to a Cubs game, man, in Wrigleyville. That's my neighborhood, man. And across, it's Punkville. On the other side of the street, across the street from Wrigleyville, there's the Metro nightclub that has, I've seen everyone there, man. Psychedelic Furs, you name it. All the old punk bands, Naked Raygun. All the old greats used to play there. Blondie, I mean, you name it. The Go-Go's when they were still punk rock. The Red Hot Chili Peppers when they were nobody. I yelled at Kurt Cobain. Kurt Cobain was walking out of the Metro. I was probably 17 years old. Him and his girlfriend, it was, what's her name? They were nobody. No one ever heard of Nirvana. They were like young teenagers. And they were all fucked up. What's her name? Courtney Love? And they were coming out of the Metro. And me and my pals, and we ran the neighborhood. Me and my gang of friends, we were the North Sider punk rockers. We lived there. And I yelled at them. Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love, and I yelled at them. They were nobody, but they were great. They were really good. And I yelled at them across the street. I said, hey, man, I goes, you guys are really good. And Courtney Love was an asshole. And she says, yeah, fuck you, you're really good. Yeah, she goes, yeah, she was an asshole. He didn't say shit. He was all messed up looking at the ground. And she yells back, she's like, yeah, fuck you, we're really good. I just fucking laughed. I was like, fuck, I'm going to sell you to Southsiders. The year I got into baseball like heavy, watched the Cubs, broke the curse. Right on. Yeah, man, I'm a Cubs fan. I'm a Northsider. Cool. You guys, awesome. Thank you so much for filling up my Kind Company bowl. Itchy, right on. So, dude, you know the Daryl Strawberry? Dude, I was back going to the Cubs when Harry Carey was still there. Yeah, the good old days. No shit. And so across the street's the Metro, which is the punk club. And then a block up is another punk club, the Cubby Bear. And then right between them, it was the best record store in town, man. Every punk vinyl you wanted from anywhere, they had it. 1985. Chicago, I love Chicago. Good memories. So you guys ever watch Married with Children, right? At the beginning of that goofy old TV show, you guys know the big fountain downtown Chicago in the Loop, right? And that's where I embarrassed Lex Luthor, the actor who played Lex Luthor. I love him. Gene Hackman. I love Gene Hackman. So in the wintertime, right now, that big giant fountain, you see it in the beginning of Married with Children, they empty out all the water. And there's these little wooden ladders that go up to the top. And so we get a bunch of beer when we were in college, and we go up in there, and we'd sit up in there. And you could sit down there, and no one could see you in there because the round walls are really high. And so we just sit there and puff a little bit, drink some beers. We're going to go to class the next day, et cetera, et cetera. And so one time we were sitting up in there, and the cops would be down there, and they're like looking around, got flashlights, and we're real quiet. They could probably smell nicotine, but they never caught us. But one time when the cops left, we got out, and it was the afternoon. We were doing like a Sunday afternoon, sitting up there drinking a beer. And so we got out of the fountain, and we're climbing down the fountain, and we're going to head back over towards the Roosevelt Hotel, where we had all of our liberal courses. The Roosevelt Hotel is the same entry hotel that you guys see in The Untouchables. And they were filming the film The Untouchables when we were going to school there. And so we had the dressing rooms and shit in there. But we were headed back over there, so we're going from the fountain, we're going back over to Roosevelt to go to class and shit like that. And there's this little group of men, half a dozen guys sitting up on this bridge, and we're all looking up there, and they look all official, they're scoping shit out. and it's Gene Hackman. And one of the other guys, this short guy, I think was probably Martin Scorsese. All right? And so we're a little high. We probably drank a beer. And so we're walking back through Grant Park in Chicago. We see Gene freaking Hackman. He's up there. It looks like they're scoping for a film. And we're all, he can see the look on our faces. There's about 6 of us, right? And we're all like, oh, it's Gene Hackman. And the thing is none of us, we choked. We couldn't remember his name. But we knew him at the time. You got to imagine it's the mid-'80s, right? So who's Gene Hackman in the mid-'80s? He's Lex Luthor. Bunch of teenagers, of course he's Lex Luthor. So we all pointed. He's got this big smile on his face because we're all excited. He's a big star. And we all point, we're pointing at him. And I just yell out, I yelled out, Lex Luthor. And he's smiling. He goes like this. He goes, like, I guess he didn't like that role. And it just took the smile right off the poor guy's face. And we loved him to death. And we're all like, hey, yeah. We're like, yeah, Lex Luthor. And he was just kind of like, ah, yeah, yeah. Like he probably wanted to be remembered as Popeye Doyle or something, you know? So he's always done good parts. That was fun. Speaking of Chicago, I thought I'd share. And thanks for listening. Itchy Go Chicago. Itchy has a very trippy beard. It's getting longer every day. And thanks for the chat, guys. Thanks for letting me chat. Taga, how's that stew, son? I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I have a big fat piece of pig in there. It's all ready to roll. I might just have it with some fries. I'm continuing watching The Expanse. You guys have seen me wear a Rocinante t-shirt. I love The Expanse TV show. It's awesome. Is that music loud enough for you? I could turn it up. You guys can't even, can you hear that? I hope you could hear that. I had desktop audio off because I'm not a space cadet. I'm not a space cadet. The day that I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, I was promoted to space commander. That's right. Yeah, yeah, but it's a cool goatee. I don't know what, it's not a goatee. It's not a beard. It's not a Chicago. It's an Ichigo. It's totally unique. Because you're the only person I've ever seen that has a trippy beard every time I see you. So it's not a beard. It's not a Chesterfield. Ichigo tea. Yes, Ichigo tea. Yes, that's perfect. Are you shitting me? That is good. That is real good. That's real good. That is good. I hope you guys like that little bit of Dungeon Lords. I'm probably going to be playing a good deal of this. Now I remember the old game, pardon me, became very grindy, and that's okay. I was probably Itchy's age when I first played this, and so I was freaking gung-ho, I wanted to rock and roll and level up and all that jazz, and now I'm chilling and want to explore this world. And I think I'm going to explore a little bit more. I'm still grooving. Dude, Taga, right on. I know I will likely see you somewhere at some time in the course of the day. Be safe, man. I'll be here for a bit. And if not, I'll be back. Someday. And if I don't, thanks for crossing paths, all of you everywhere. Truly. Yeah, it's not too late for me. Winter's weird. I don't know what it is. THC, the thing it helps control the most, truly, is narcolepsy. It helps with MS symptoms greatly. It helps me manage them. But if I didn't have my narcolepsy under control, I'd be in an institution somewhere. I can't handle the crazy sleep patterns. And so that is what THC is most important for me, personally, is for narcolepsy. Narcolepsy is a freaking nightmare. If you guys have seen Fight Club, That's what it's like. It's a nightmare. And THC, in one day, snapped me out of that. Snapped me out of it. I slept like a normal freaking human being. And so it helps, no shit, about 95% of the time. I'd love to see it in action under a microscope. I really would. It's mystery, THC. But boy, it sure helps. Narcolepsy. And so what that's all about is my wacky sleep patterns. It seems like in the wintertime I become more of a night owl, which bums me out because I like the daylight and there's only so much of it. And the solstice is upon us. The 21st will be the shortest day of the year when we light the Yule log and we dig a big pit and we fill it full of dead animals and we have a big bonfire and we drink fucking fight for 2 weeks. And that's history, folks. Is everybody in the immortal words of the legendary Jim Morrison? I think our sound looks groovy. All right. Should we try to cast some more spells? Indeed. Taga, be safe out there. Good deal. Shh. I'm glad I'm feeling good. I'm always a little reluctant to broadcast. I hate getting sick on you guys in 20 minutes. Tea cures everything. My doctor says so. Who's my doctor? Precisely. Doctor Who. Come on. We're going to cast some magic spells. Right. Day 7 autosave. Let's go, go, go. Let's get attacked by some rats, some bats, some goblins, and wolves. There's about, you know, there's probably 3 dozen creatures in this. So we must gain, it looks like we're going to gain a spell per level. You hear it? Oh shit. Let's try our new spell. That helped against that shield big time. Now the thing is there's a timer on this loot. I want to grab it all. And so some people found it tedious, and it doesn't bother me too much. I just hate to lose loot because we really need it. And there was more skeletons, yeah. Alright, Mort Mortigern triumphed. Our health and our mana recharged pretty quick. So it's not as hard as I remember it, but it's going to get a lot harder as I level up. Where are we at on the map? It looks like we hit that whole coast. Right on. How we sitting? 2,200 points. We got 1 skill point. What are we going to use it on? Our armor. Bump that spell up. Nether magic skill. Alchemy skill. Yeah, let's not exceed hero level. Ah. So I can't, yeah, that one won't do it either. So we could just save it. We could save it. Dagger skill. Two-handed weapon skill. I don't know. We need to upgrade our armor, so we'll spend it on our armor. What did we miss? Right on. Bats. It's gonna miss him. Yep, and it'll go from day to night and day to night. You know, in the last game, in the Collector's Edition, Tritty, right on. Thanks for kicking it, man. It was really good to see ya. Oh, dude, right on. Tritty, I'll see you soon, man. Big hugs. And please be safe wherever you may roam on the morrow, my friend. It's always good to see you, Tritty. Big hugs. I'm going to be playing more of this chillin' during the week. I'm trying to get on more during the day, so I hope I see ya. I hope I see you doing some artwork. And rest well. We're not hitting that goblin village yet, so what we need to do is skirt north. Our timer is 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Cool. So this is the way I want to go. I don't want to hit that village yet. I want to get to at least level 3. And we're probably going to get to Fargrove. I'm following the fog of the map. The freaking sounds are freaking trippy. Sounds are trippy. Shit, we got bats and shit flying around. Yeah, we do. We're back to the beginning, yeah. And so if we go forward as Fargrove, right on. Let's see if we can find some more bandits to fight. We need to level up. We need to hit level 3. And then we can attack that goblin village. Fargrove. Yeah, we need to get to level 3 before we get up to Fargrove. I don't know if there's a goblin ambush up there. I've played it before. Yeah, it's common. The beginning of the game. These goblins, I'm not tough enough to take them all on. Not yet. I need to fight some more creatures. in the forest before I go to Fargrove. We need to level up, grind, I guess, explore, cleanse the land of evil. So yeah, we're gonna have to go hit that goblin village, but we need to fight some nasties. We need to fight some nasties before we do. Which is an opportunity to turn the interval, to make the interval shorter for when bad nasties will spawn. I could, yep, there's a bat. Got him. Now, did it tell me how much experience I got for that? Probably not much. There's no log. I doubt there's a log. There's not. Tilde doesn't do anything. Now, we used to be able to camp and rest. I wonder if I can do that here at the fire. And I think it will forward time.
Hail, traveler!
No, I think we're just going to talk to D.W. Bradley there. Yeah, so the fire, we're not going to camp. We used to be able to, like, set up... Ah. Interesting. I'm hitting E, which is to interact with things in the world. And he's kneeling. Interesting. That fire will probably... I'm wondering if we can camp. We used to be able to camp in the old game. Maybe they took that out. It would give you a chance to heal and rest, but you would wake up the next morning. So you can choose to just adventure and fight and beat the bad nasties and get some experience points and level up, or camp, rest, heal. And so I have yet to see if they have chosen to include it in this newer updated version. See, I wish I could assign that to my mouse key. Would be so much easier than me having to navigate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through 9. Just hit a couple mouse keys. But that's all right. We'll play it. Find some skeleton warriors. And it's random spawns in the spooky, trippy, supernatural fantasy forest of dungeon lords. And I know I've collected some catals from foraging. We just randomly find some strange things. We'll have to see what the future holds in regard to the camping and that sort of thing. See what things unlock, what changes reveal themselves. Pardon me. Man, in the wintertime, it's like everything gets so dry. The eyes. Bacon flavored lip balm. Breakfast of champions. Yep, this is it. This is what I was planning on doing, because this, cruising around in the world of Dungeon Lords, leveling up, fighting some bad nasties, is perfect for kicking it on Twitch and chatting with your friends. And I suppose grinding. Grinding, it sounds so sexy. Ferns, I love ferns. We'll make our way back to the goblin camp, see what we can do. And that's another thing that they did with the soundtrack, as In the older versions of the games, there's something chased coming at us. "13 experience points." I could see it in the air when I killed the bat. And so this is for a while, you know, we're level 2. We have a long way to go. It's nice for games like this. For me, are very nice for Twitch network. I'll probably repeat myself 10 times. Chilling and chatting, adventuring and killing bad nasties. I can dig it. We're going the wrong way. Taga, front. Dude, Tritty, I hope to see you soon. Big hugs. And thanks for subscribing for so long, man. And I hope to see you doing some artwork. Rust well. And dream good dreams. Good to see you, Taga. You see, really, Taga, I want to come to the UK so I can get some real UK food. Visiting you, that's a bonus. It's really about the food, but I love you just the same. Dude, you guys have the best breakfast in the world, I'm telling you. Here we go, goblins. Leveled up. Awesome. 3 bonus points. Awesome. Throwing weapon, gold melee weapon, right on. Rich little goblin. Got some gold off that one. Awesome. So we're getting there. And so now we've got some points to spend. I'm going to keep kicking my magic. Yep, I'm going to keep working on my magic. Cool. So we leveled that up. And we've got... Alright, we got Fire Strike. New spell. We got a new spell. Anything else? Nope, not yet. We'll open to that page. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, cool. And that's glowing. So we have 3 points there. 3 on that one. And we will do a 3 on our staff. And we will do a 3 on our armor. Awesome. Excellent. Cool beans. Leveled up. Let's save. Save, save, save. Super. Ah, come on, Mortigern. I can't wait to get a freaking crazy freaking... Look at that. A crazy freaking wizard robe. Right? I might mod the hair too. I could mod the faces too. It was surprising. It surprised me when I looked at the textures in this. The textures were so similar to Mountain Blade Warband. And I thought to myself, I could take these textures and I could make a Dungeon Lords mod for Mountain Blade Warband easily. It's like the textures are so similar. I could take all this, throw it in Warband, change the map and shit. Ah, man, that'd be neat. Dungeon Lords with Fargrove, the city, and the kings and everything. That'd be fun. I'm trying to find some more the badass skeleton warrior pirate guys cruising around in here. We're going to have to go take these goblins on. So we saved. Let's take a look at our inventory. 2 shields. We've collected a bunch of daggers and weapons and stuff. We don't have... Now that dagger, we should be able to equip that and use it. But how do we equip it? I don't know. Because the staff does 1 to 4. The dagger does 1 to 3. I see you, punks. Shit, I totally messed up. I'm going to be modding these sounds and stuff too, so they're more consistent. I'm going to mix and match and whip and swap old sounds with new sounds and vice versa to the sounds that I prefer. All right, we got another healing potion. We got another dagger. We got a bunch of gold. I'm curious, how much gold have we collected? And why can't we barbecue their carcasses, right? Why can't we collect their heads? Let's collect their heads. It looks like there's a treasure chest up here. Is this a rock or a treasure chest? Because there's going to be treasure chests. Hey everybody! It's freaking Hanga Dinga freaking Durgan, baby. Oh, I fucking love that SpongeBob. No shit. That fucking psychotic fucking SpongeBob. What a little freak show. I thought I was a freak show. And then I met SpongeBob. And he was like, you're not a freak show, I'm a freak show. Hinga dinga freaking Durgan, I live in a SpongeBob under the sea. It looks like a White Castle. Thank you, man. Thank you, Itchy. That's funny as shit. Hinga dinga Durgan. I am curious, how much coin do we have? Gold. We have 94 gold pieces. Now, this dagger we should be able to use, right? But how? I don't know. I can't remember how to equip it. It just made me drop it. That's it. I'll figure it out. How I can equip that dagger. Because it's in the white. These daggers are in the white, which means I can use them. It says skill dagger, it's in the white, that means I can use it. There it says skill throw weapon, I don't have the skill, it's in red. But the dagger I could use. The dagger's got 100 hit points. It says it's got a 6-foot range. We got baddies coming. You hear the baddie music? Yep, the bad. Oh, shit burgers! That genuinely freaking scared me. Holy shit. Eat it. Take that. Damn. That scared that freaking startled me. Alright, we got a bunch of gold, another healing potion. We got some kind of, it's a sword. Right on. Healing potion. Our health and our mana, the red and the blue bars at the top left, are doing good. And so I'm curious, what is this little icon? It's not really, that's just showing us our skill. But it's also showing us our character sheet. We click our face, it does nothing. Shows you the same thing. And so we have a ways to go to get to level 4. Bitchin'. And so I have to constantly click the control key, because to activate, and you have to actually manually deactivate and activate the cursor to swap whether the cursor's on or the cursor's off. So you can play this whole game with point and click with just the cursor. I can point to an area and he'll go to that area. Right? That's how I was playing it. Now, going to, yeah. And I can click to, yep, that's what he's doing. And I don't dig that. I've got to be able to move it around like, I don't know, like I'm used to, I suppose. So there's two ways you can play around with the movement. You know, more mouse or more keyboard, or a little bit of both. And I'm doing a little bit of both. It's a little more challenging. Maybe it'll help sharpen my brain a little bit. But I'm digging it nonetheless. Welcome to the chill, spooky, freaking forest of Dungeon Lords with the epic music. And so I decided I was going to play this. What we are hearing is a mix of the epic old Dungeon Lords music that I put in the game. But I am going to switch it back. Damn, we took him right out. I'm going to switch it back to the more mellow, The new Steam Edition music is more mellow. It's very chill. It's what we're hearing when we're in the chat room. And I will eventually put more of that back in here. The epic music, I wanted to share it. And some YouTubers and gamers had asked for it. And it's so easy to mod. It's so old school. Everything is so open. You could change everything. Yeah, we're going to have to go and we're going to have to scout out. We are going to have to be strategic and sneaky. We're going to have to be sneaky wizard. That plant. That plant. These two plants. Both of these plants are two of the 3 plants that have been, that exist currently, way deep down under the ice, and have for millions of years, I think 40 million years, and those are 2 of those plants. Monocot grasses and dandelions have been around that long. That's some resilient shit. Ooh. Oh shit! That didn't do shit to him. Damn. Nuts. Shit. That didn't really scare me. Boy, those bandits startle me. They're quiet and they're sneaky. No skill points. Flash, general, flash, fire strike. So, oh, we haven't used that fire strike yet. Right on. He uses 19 mana. Cooldown's 15 second. Fire strike deals 12 to 22 fire damage. Burns the target for 1 to 2 seconds. The Shrieking Star is a slow-moving swirl of shrieking sparks that inflicts 6 electrical damage every second to enemies within 3 yards. A Chilling Strike that deals 9 to 16 ice damage and freezes the target for almost 6 seconds. Magic Missile uses 14 mana, uses 11 mana, 1 second casting. It's Magic Missile so common. Later in the game, as you can imagine, we'll be using really powerful spells repetitively, often. We'll get that strong. We'll get up to like level 100. I think that's probably the highest I ever got. I think people have probably gotten a lot higher than that, I would imagine. We got a bunch of junk to sell. What do we have here? A fine short sword. I think we need a long sword. Wizard with a long sword, or we keep building up that staff skill. I think we can take those goblins on at Fargrove, and we can take the goblins on in this village, and I'm debating whether to save it for morning, but we will scout it out. We must be right here at the goblin village. It's got to be like right here. It's like right behind us. It's got to be. That movement's a little quick. I love the ambient sounds. Yeah, we're gonna fight these little gnarlies in there in the dark, yeah. And I'm just a little wizard. I'm a new wizard. Now, yeah, I can't give you guys a spoiler. Ooh, look at him. Look at he's right there. Now, tab will allow me to cycle the enemies. There's a shaman right there on the right. And they're just kicking it. That shaman's got to be, and there's a warrior goblin on the left. Cool little huts, man. Those are cool little huts. Look at that. Freaking cool little huts. I can dig it. Right on. We better save. We better save before I die. I'm surprised that I haven't died yet. Because when I fired this up a couple of weeks ago, shit, I must have died 3 times. It's funny as hell. And there's also revive. Yeah, I wanted to share that while I'm saving in any event. Revive. If I die, I can hit the R key. That will revive me. You can choose to do that. You will revive on the spot, I believe. But I think you lose your any extra skill points or any extra, keyword extra, any extra bonus points or any extra skill points that you had accumulated that you had not spent yet will disappear. It will relieve you of some of your points in that fashion. And so I thought I would share. I usually roll back to my last save and I try to save often rather than reviving. I don't want to lose those points. Either way, it's not that big of a deal. You lose some, you win some. Immerse yourselves. How'd you like to live there, right? For the summer? Bitchin'. The ocean's right over the ridge. We can go ride orcas. Grow some pink flamingos.
That's a nice head you have on your shoulders.
Have a nice head on your shoulders. Tiger man, you want to smoke a bowl? We're going to kill these goblins. And we're going to puff this bowl for Taga's birthday. I won't let you down, Taga. Young man. Shit, I am old enough to be your dad. Taga. I sought you out after all these years here on Twitch. You're my favorite great-great-grandson. Come over and have some pizza and some Red Stripe. Dude, thank you for that. This bowl's for you. Dude, look at that gnarly little goblin shaman. So every little race and every little class has their own little shamans, right? Goblin shamans, lizard shamans, elven shamans, you get it. And we're going to run into some, pardon me, bad elves. Some bad elves. Look at us all waving at each other and shit, right? Now, the reason that they're not showing this character from the front is because he's not wearing any drawers, right? And he's sitting there and he's all taunting these guys. Shitburgers and McGillicuddies. So let's go all gnarly on these guys. Prost. And hinga dinga durgan to you. We're gonna die. We saved, right? Yes, we did. And there's a treasure chest in there that, oh shit, now there's bats. We missed him. He got us. Right on. I think we're gonna have like 1,000 bat wings. There was 3 bats, I thought. Because we're gonna get into Fargrove and then we're gonna go to the merchant and we're gonna want to buy some new armor and stuff. And it's probably, if I remember, it took me a while to buy some stuff that I wanted because stuff was pretty expensive, I remember. And so there's a timer on the loot. You have to either get the loot quick or the loot's gonna be gone. So this little bastard's an archer. And we have the shaman. Shit, there's a bunch of them. 0, 7. Where'd that shaman go? Oh shit, we killed him. Maybe we can get his staff. We do. Awesome. So we got his staff. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Shit, I didn't think we beat him yet. We got his staff. I was hoping that we could get a magic staff. So let's not lose any loot. That's weird though that it doesn't... It's... Oh man, so... Right on. Right on. Goblin staff. Staff skill. Level 1 magic weaponry. Awesome. Magic strike. Sleep 15%. Damage 2 to 5 in melee. Range 7 foot. Worth 125 bucks. We're gonna have to give it a shot. I have to give it a try. That's what I was hoping for. Awesome, awesome. And so our healing potion. I don't know. I hit the healing potion. Oh, I looked at the wrong number. I should have hit 9. 9 to heal up. I wanted to heal up, and I wanted to use my mana potion at the same time. And so there should be a treasure chest in there. Awesome. So shit, I hope... Yeah, and then once those guys disappear, you can't get the... Oh shit. Oh shit! That shit hurt, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Messing with the little wizard. Man, I'm just trying to make my way in the world. Banditos, holy hell. Now this, yeah, this is going to be our first chest in a long time. And I'll get good at this. I'll get good at this. Now this might blow up on us and kill us. So I want to save. And I gotta kind of remember how to do this. I kind of remember how to do this. It's gonna... Let's see. Now, when the device is active, click the device button. We need to match this graphic, it looks like a dildo, to this dildo. So when this is going to fill up, and when this starts to fill up, when it gets to here, we have to hit the button. So this one looks pretty easy. Now if we have lockpicks, why don't we have our lockpicks equipped right there? How do we equip them? That's what, because we have lockpicks. So how do, we did have lockpicks. I thought we did. Maybe I dropped them and I forgot to pick them up. Then they would probably show up in there automatically in the other window we just looked at because they're in my inventory. So I will assume that. I hope I didn't drop them or lose them. Also, let's see if we can swap this out over here and use this magic staff. We can. Holy shit, we are in business. The shields, we don't have a shield skill. It's in red. We can't use the goblin shield. It looks like we can use the dagger, but it looks like we can only use that one weapon. The damage on that's a 2 to 5. Our damage was 1 to 4. So yeah, the goblin staff rocks. The hit points on this is 75. This is a 125. So yeah, there's more hit points on this. It has a magic strike. Now how do I'm curious, how do I initiate the magic properties from our goblin wizard shaman staff, wizard staff, goblin wizard? How do we make the magic work? Or does it do it automatically? We shall see. So rock and roll, I'm happy with that. I wish we could get some better armor. We're probably going to have to buy some. We're halfway up to leveling up to level 4. We are out of mana potions, but that's all right. Our mana regenerates quick enough. It's the poison potion that I want to keep an eye on. And so, yeah, V. We don't have any points there. Nothing's glowing. We're good to go. So let's see if we can do this. I wanted to see if we had any lock picks that we could use, and we don't. So since we really don't have, but we have a level 1 in lock picking. We have a level, let's take a look. Our skills. That's not it. V, yeah. Right. So our inspection skill of the locks is a level 1. Increases detection of lock and trap devices, revealing their linkage prior to disarming. Right, so it'll flash for us a little bit the better we improve that skill. Disarm trap skill. Increases the ability to disarm traps and improves lockpick uses on treasure chests. And so we're at the bottom level, and we're also not a rogue class. Later on, we will be able to add more classes. I think in this version of the game, we can choose one primary class and one secondary class. And I believe in the original game, back in 2005, you could actually achieve all of the classes. I think. And I think that was another gripe a lot of players had, is that you could no longer do that in this version. I'm all right with that. I'm groovy with managing just 2 classes. You know, I really don't want to manage 5 classes, and I'm cool with fighter mage, you know, something like that. Wizard, you guys get it. Awesome, awesome. So, oh, look at this. Shit, he's ready to rock and roll. Man, I feel like Harry Potter on Christmas morning with a brand new haircut. So we'll give it our best shot. So we can choose to disarm it, or we could bash it. I think we should disarm it, right? So all we have to do is click that last one. I would imagine it's going to be pretty fast. It says difficulty easy. We have 90% chance, or do we have a 10% chance out of 90? I don't know. 90% chance. I don't know what that means. The trap. So we did investigate. We have an investigative skill that shows us that it is a deep freeze trap. Let's try to disarm it. We might die. So we have to click this here. It's not that fast. It didn't work. Shit. Oh, I think I have to click the disarm button maybe. Right? I thought I had to... Yeah, I gotta click this button. Got it. Awesome. Oh, a scroll. 22 gold. So now it's picking things off the ground differently. Magic missile. And so we have a magic missile scroll, but I believe we already possess... We have another healing potion. We already possess the magic missile... Yeah, that was our first. Maybe that will enhance our magic missile skill. Let's find out. Magic missile quantity 1. What do we do with it? What did I do? All right. Let's try that again. I don't want to lose that scroll. I think I just spent a scroll on a spell that I already have when I could sell that scroll. So I'll redo it. No biggie. Well, that was strange. So let's see what happens. All right. Let's do it again, Sam. Oh, shit. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. Oh man, it kicked me right in the booty. Gotcha. Now I don't want to blow it with that. I just clicked on it. I wanted to see if maybe we could read it or something. Oh shit. Oh shit. They're right there. See them? They're trying to bite me. They're trying to bite me through the floor. Nasties, little wolves. Let's see how our staff works. Our spells are tougher. Yeah, but that's alright. We'll figure out how to use it. Make more use out of it. Alright. Save. Before I die. The trap is Flamer. It's a level 1 trap. It says it's easy. And it looks like it's the same device icon. It's also in the same place. So this should be pretty simple. Yeah. Ooh, we got some red gloves, some gold, a healing potion. What's this? Leather gloves. Can we wear them? Nope. We don't have any of the skills to use that stuff, but we will. Yeah, the dagger only does 1 to 3. Short sword, ranged. I guess we could throw that. What I'd like to be able to do is have the skill to use my dagger as a parry. I'm surprised that I can't. Like, use that in my shield slot as a parry. I guess, yeah, we can't. Huh. Because we should have, yeah, perhaps we don't have a two-handed, we don't have a high enough two-handed, that's what that must mean, the two-handed fighting skill. Because I should be able to use 2 weapons and block with 1. Even use two-handed attacks. Because it's I probably just don't have the skill yet. You know, we're level 3. We're not like super paladin yet. Yeah. Level 3, shit, we're at 95%. We're getting there. We're almost at level 4. Parry and dodge. Up here, right on. Your chance to deal extra damage with your attacks. Our vitality is at the health of our hero. We need to get that up to like 20. So we're not, you know, we're not really losing hit points and mana wholesale, right? So that's nothing I'm really bitching about, the health or anything at all. And we haven't died all night. You know, I'm surprised, really. So that's that, man. He is poised and ready to fight, isn't he? Yup, poison, snakes. This is where this fire strike should come in handy. I don't want them to bite me at all. We leveled up. Snake skins worth 10 gold. Now the other thing is in our ingredients for the apothecary. I think, what is it, V? the book, and our apothecary, we should be able to remix these ingredients to make either spells or, let's find out. Because I remember I could make potions with these, a whole plethora of potions, all kinds of different potions that do stuff. And so we're gonna have to figure out, and I used to know them all. I loved it. I loved mixing this stuff up. It was so much fun. And so we're gonna have to figure it out all over again. That's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. Figuring out the recipes. That was a blast. And the apothecary itself that we go to is really cool looking. It's really neat. So do we have any new spells? We leveled up. And it doesn't look like we do. Do we get any other different spells from different classes of magic? No, we did not. And that's all right. So we're probably going to get attacked here in a second. We took out the goblin village. And so we have cleared out. I wish I could zoom this in. I can't. Shit. Awesome. Yeah, I need to figure out how to zoom this map in. There's got to be a way. I just haven't figured it out. So we've cleared that out. Mission accomplished. It looks like there's another land this way. We'll have to figure it out. Now I can also select auto run, where I can just be hands free, and our hero, your hero, if you're playing this, we will just run non-stop in that straight line. I guess for people who are going far, want to take a coffee break. So yeah, I can see green on the other side of these mountains. And I'm looking up there at the map in the top right corner. You see how I'm clearing the fog? And I've actually just loaded into a new realm. But I remember there's no way for you to get over these damn mountains. I tried like hell to no avail. I got bats breathing down my freaking neck. Holy shit! Missed him totally. right, damn. Freaking Bat City, holy hell. I must have gotten close to a bat cave. My eyes were getting really dry. I was like, shit. They were swarming everywhere, holy hell. And shit, we're just getting started. Bats are nothing. Damn. Hey man, 35 to be fair. Right on, right on, right on, right on, Taga. Nice head you have on your shoulders. Let's smoke a ball. Dude, that was, I didn't expect that many bats. That was a lot of bats. And I've got that turned down. I got this, like the creatures shouldn't become too often and too many. Boy, that was a lot of bats. If I've got that turned down, I wouldn't want to have it on expert. I wouldn't want to have it on hardcore. Shit, I would have had 100 freaking bats come at me. Holy shit. So we've cleared out this peninsula. So we could head to Fargrove, and then we're going to go do some dungeon crawling. Yeah, we are. Now this should be the shacks that we just cleared out. I want to make sure I have anything that's hidden, any Easter eggs. There's a lot of them in here. Stuff that's totally hidden. Like what's up with these effigies, these rune stones. This is a visitation place to visit our ancestors. I totally missed them. Alright, we got lockpicks. Good deal. Just what we needed. Good deal. We got some lockpicks, so that'll help us on those chests. And I think we can get 3 different sets, 3 different levels of lockpicks. Lockpicks, I think, have 3 levels of quality. And so those are probably, yeah, level 1. Lockpicks level 1, quantity 3. Huh, I wonder what that means. We got 3 of them. Do we or do we don't? But now we can use those lockpicks. We have a bunch of loot to sell. And let's see, our junk bag is like an extra inventory. Super. And so we started from day 1 from scratch all over again from the very beginning this evening. And you guys, thank you so much for so many of you coming in tonight. And Alpha, my MS brother, Team MS, Streamed MS, thanks for that nice raid. And all you nice new folks, welcome. It's very nice to meet you. And Taga, happy birthday. It was good seeing all you guys. Jin and Tritty and all you guys. And I hope to be on broadcasting and hanging out more this week during the daylight. If it doesn't burn my skin off. We're going to make it to Fargrove, guys. Let's go to Fargrove. Man, I sure missed this. And thanks for listening to my story about why this game is dear to me. I hear that so often from a lot of gamers that Dungeon Lord was dear to me. Tell us why the games that you hold dear, all of you, my friends, why are those games dear to you? For me, it was always a certain time in my life. I've noticed it seems to me maybe it's just my imagination, and that's okay. But it seems like a goblin wizard staff works better on goblins. It kills goblins really easily. That's what it seems like. So that's all right. We got some gold. Wish you could take his junk. What else we got? We're back to the start. And we're going to go talk to... Yeah, we're pretty tough. We're almost level 4. I'd love to hit level 4 before we hit Fargrove. And we're going to talk to the gatekeeper. Is D.W. Bradley still there? Hello, Traveler.
Hail, Traveler.
Hell to you, Traveler. I'd sure like to find some more Easter eggs. I remember playing this years ago. I missed so many hidden chests and all kinds of stuff that when I played it for the second time, third time, I would find more. And I still to this day realize that I probably maybe found half of it, a little more than half of it, but there was a lot of hidden stuff in here. Just really cool stuff, you know, that's fun for exploration. And really looking around, getting to know a world, and that's just what I like to do. Fun, fun, fun. And so we are going to head to Fargrove. Star Dog. 7 grams. OS. Not OG. OS. Shit, man, that eagle's gonna freaking swoop down and fly right off with me. Did you guys ever see a big eagle or a big bird fly right? A lot of people I've talked to have seen just what I've seen. A lot of people have seen it. We see a big bird of prey like fly down and then just fly up out of a ditch or a field with a big snake in its claws. I'm not surprised so many people have seen that. A repo man is up all night, every night. Oh shit. Alright, we leveled up. Got a new spell. We got another healing potion. Our mana and our health seem to hold pretty well. But when we got in that fight with all those bats, I could see our health and our mana, the blue and the red up there, they were really wavering with all those bats. And I mean, we ain't shit. We're level 5. When we hit level 100, then we'll be the hot diggity. We already opened that chest, I believe. So it must have closed, and now it is reset. Yeah, we can't get in there or nothing. It could also be that doggone chest leveled up, and now we need better lockpicks to open it. I don't know.
Traveler.
We will unravel the mystery as we progress. Let's follow the dirt path. In all of your paths in life, may one of them be made from dirt. John Muir, John of the Mountains, the godfather of the National Park system. We're going to sell all this stuff. I want to keep a lot of this stuff. Oh, we did level up. We have to assign our spells and all that good stuff. We better save our freaking arrogant asses too before we die. Right? Indeed. Indeed. Rock and roll. Awesome. See, so we got 6 bonus points. Holy hell. Awesome. Right on. And so that vitality, yep. Yep. What else? Agility. Combat attack speed ability, dodge enemy attacks. Strike enemies. Deal critical damage. Parry enemy attacks. Our honor. Hero's reputation, granting increased experience for defeating enemies. Increased experience for defeating enemies. And more favorable prices with vendors. But boy, I'll keep working on my skills. I wouldn't mind getting that at least up to a 12. Yeah, because I'd really like to build up that armor to get some better armor. And I'm thinking if we're going to be going into Fargrove, we might need that honor. But the thing is, we're going to level up a couple of times before we get in there. We're not just going to be able to stroll in. We have to take the hard way in. Yes, we do. So I'm not going to spend those points on that honor quite yet. The vitality, though, indeed. So yeah. The agility, combat attack speed, or the damage. Damage. Hit. We'll get more points soon. This isn't the last time we're going to level up. Combat attack speed and the speed to dodge enemy attacks. 16. Health. Yeah. Build up that freaking health. Get that up to like an 18. That works for me. Right on. So done. And B. Awesome. So we have a new spell. Right. We got Frost Missile. Kick ass. And so we got Ice Strike. Fire Strike. So let's move. Oh shit. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do. You see how the F1 through F2 opened? Because I right clicked it. I did. Shit, what just happened? Oh, I see. Right on, I want to put that in 6. And I want to put this here. Shit! Freaking giant rats. Let's try that again. Yeah, our spells. Our spell book. Ice Strike. I want to put you right there. I'm still lording my way around. And I want that Shrieking Star is there, and our new spell, Frost Missile, right there. Awesome. Shrieking Star. Ice Strike. This chilling strike that deals 9 to 16 ice damage and freezes the target. So we can freeze them, but I guess we have to hit them with it, touch them with it. So I'm wondering how we can implement, maybe we don't have the right staff, maybe if we could implement these spells, these touching spells, the Ice Touch and the Fire Strike and the Ice Strike. It seems to me that they're touching spells. I've tried to use them, but they don't actually project a missile. So I will have to see if perhaps I need to actually grab my opponent and freeze them. And then we can attack them with something else and finish them off. We'll have to see if that's how that works. No new spells learned. We got plenty of good stuff. We're building up our nice stockpile. Awesome. And what else do we got? V. We got 7 skill points. Nice. We're level 5, so we can do our nether magic skill. We should learn some of those skills. Our alchemy, mixture of nether spells, reducing, bam, 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 bam. 4, 5. 4, 5. It will only let me go 4. Why can't I go? That's strange. That's weird. It spent the points. It wouldn't let me go past 4, but it used up the points. Well, that blows. Now I know. Yeah, I wasted like 3 points. I kept clicking on the magic, but it didn't increase. Let's try out our new spell. That works. Right on. Dumbledore was right. No shit. Love that Dumbledore. It's my cousin. Oh, we got some dirty gloves. Look at that. Healing potion. Awesome. We got 14 healing potions. We need some mana potions. Did we get a sword out of that? We got a bunch of blades and stuff to sell. I want to keep our staff. Those throwing knives, we have no throwing skill. We can wear those. Druidic gloves, we can wear them because it's in white where it says skill cloth armor. We have a cloth armor skill. So we should put those babies on. Right? Gloves should be there, I think. Let's find, oh, there they are. Right there. Awesome, we got our first pair of gloves. Cool. So what'd that do for our armor? It gave us an armor of 7. Did it? Did it give us an armor of 7? It did. It gave us 2 points of armor. Good deal. Right on. 2 points of armor. It's got 100 hit points. Cloth armor. Druidic gloves. Cool. So finally we can use a little bit of our armor loot that we scored. And so our lockpicks are in the inventory. So they should automatically be put to use when we do go to engage a treasure chest to pick the lock. Taga Taga. Can't believe I'm 35. Yeah. Rock and roll. Dude, let's smoke a bowl. So we are going to engage. Let's smoke a bowl before we go to... Oh, dude, we got Druidic gloves. We have Druidic gloves. Look at these trippy plants. Look at that. I remember 25 years ago, we had just started using digital cameras. That's digital cameras. Digital imagery had just been released to the public. And so we, for the first time, we took digital photos of ferns and then we would turn that into a texture. That's what I would do, and then my friends who did modeling, and then we'd apply a real digital photo of a real plant. Let's try this ice strike. 5. Oh yeah, that's cool. And apply that real life digital image to the 3D model for the first time. And it changed everything in gaming. No more number of pixels in bits in a texture. You know, you're looking at the real deal. That was just phenomenal. So right on, that is how that works. Oh, we got some more lockpicks, gold heal potion. So yes, with the fire strike and the ice strike, I have to actually touch these cats in order to use the spell. So I touched him and I froze him, man, just like my hero, Mr. Freeze. Poor Arnie. Right on. We better save our game. Let's go talk to the gatekeeper. I wanted to puff a bowl before we do. Let's see. Right on. Yeah, I don't know how much further we're gonna go, but let's check it out. Oh, right, my mic's on. I did good. Nice mellow Dungeon Lords.
Good fortunes to you, my friend.
This is the music that we should be hearing in the game. This is the music that ships with the Steam edition of Dungeon Lords. Nice and chill, nice and mellow. I like it. A lot of folks don't, but I sure do. Taga, thanks for kicking it, birthday beard. Birthday beard Taga. I was gonna say boy, but you're not a boy. The birthday beard. You shall forever be known as, if every time one of us have a birthday that has the beard, it's the birthday beard. Oh, got my new fucking backlight. This is going to be incredibly helpful because I can't see shit and now I can easily find stuff with this. Right on. And then I can annoy the fuck out of people going down the street in the middle of the night. They're going to say they saw a ghost in Gettysburg. Yep. See, when I'm trying to cross the road in my wheelchair, right? This is going to really help. This is just what I need. Yeah, they'll see me coming from a cornfield away. That was a lot of fun in Dungeon Lords. We're still got to go meet the gatekeeper. It's 3:30 a.m. here, and I'll be going to bed sometime soon. I've gotten plenty of sleep. I've been resting quite well. It's just my clock seems to have changed again. Likely narcolepsy. That's what I was getting at earlier. About sleeping patterns in the winter and narcolepsy and Fight Club and all that jazz was it's strange how for a lot of us, a lot of people, sick or not, disabled or not, people worldwide everywhere, it's weird how sleeping patterns can change so abruptly. And I don't know about you guys, but with me it seems a lot like it's with the weather. You know, when I was younger growing up, I always thought it was hooey, horse manure, El Toro caca, that the weather would affect people's bones and, like, you know, arthritis and stuff. I thought it was just silly superstition, and I'm superstitious as they come, but that never made any sense to me until I got older. And then people would say, oh, there's a storm coming because my joints ache, and I always thought that was horse shit until you actually experience it yourself and you're like, man, that old adage, that wasn't too far from the truth now, was it? It's strange how weather affects things. So my uncle pointed out to me how the cycles of the moon will affect the tides in the ocean. So why wouldn't the placement of celestial bodies have an effect on, say, the blood level or other elements in your own human body, just like they do at the ocean? Pondered that thought for decades. So if the moon can affect the tides, why would not that moon affect the blood levels or whatnot in the body on the day you're born? If you're a Scorpio like me, you know you're already cursed. It's awesome. Living the life. And may the gloom find you smiling. Truly. Dungeon Lords, man. Right now it's chill and mellow, and I'll be putting some more mellow, chill music in there. Cruising around, exploring. Spoiler. And it's okay. We're going to be heading into a very long, lengthy dungeon. And I will not be engaging that tonight. We'll get to it because that's like a all day long stream. Cruising around, having fun, chatting with y'all, chilling and kicking it. And hopefully I'll be doing that tomorrow. entering into our dungeon to become a dungeon lord level 6. Right on. So those little tetrahydric cannabinol pods enter the esophagus and the lungs, and then they explode, and they shoot that THC right into the lungs. Makes me cough. Like a million little balloons exploding. Pardon me. Let's go say hello to Fargrove. Seeing how long we've been on. Longer than I thought. Doggone. Apologies. That cocoa is still kicking.
Peggy 16.
Wrong screen. I hate the coughs. I'm going to be going to cookies and brownies. I have to expire smoking from my world. Someday, after I'm dead, I'll stop smoking. And then when I get to Valhalla, me and Aduna, we're gonna go grow golden apples, fields of tobacco, magical tobacco. See the night? Are we ready? Are we ready? How we sitting? It looks like our spells are all charged up. Our health and our mana is good. Always be ready. We got some new gloves that helped out our armor. We don't have an armor of 50, so we ain't nothing special. I sure hope we can get a cool wizard's robe. It's all about the freaking warlock GQ going on. So be Catals. I've never called them reagents. I've always called them Catals. Ingredients. V, L, right on, mysterious letter, M, map, And then I'm not really sure what the hell that sign is. Equals? Shit. I just drank my freaking health potion. We'll get right back in there. Right where we were. Without losing my poison potion. I'm still learning what to click to right click and what to left click. And what the right click does on certain items may not do the same thing on right clicks on other items. The same goes with left clicks on different items do different things. So we'll figure it out. What I'm trying to hit is that key on the bottom left all the way to the right next to my staff is to open up that computer terminal. I can't do it because I have my cure poison on the same key. It looks like it's an equals key. So I'll have to map that out differently. Right on, Taga. Good morning to you.
The town of Fargrove is closed by order of Lord Davenmore.
Okay. Can I talk to you?
The town of Fargrove has been closed. The daughter of Lord Davenmore is missing, and until she is found, no one gets in or out of Fargrove. I, Lord Davenmore's daughter, Elowyn, has vanished.
Tell me about Fargrove.
The gates of Fargrove are closed.
Okay. And what about Lord Davenmore?
By order of Lord Davenmore, no one may enter or leave Fargrove until his daughter has been found. I, Lord Davenmore's daughter, Elowyn, has vanished.
So how are we going to get in?
The gates of Fargrove are closed.
Let me in, you bastard. I know how we're gonna get in. Be off with you. You're so polite. This guy right here. Yeah, he's gonna try to rob me.
I know a secret way. Follow me.
He's gonna ambush us. He's gonna bushwhack us. Looks like I'm a lot faster than him. Yeah, they're gonna ambush me. See, so this is where we go into the dungeon. And we're gonna be in the dungeon on our next broadcast. We'll be in the dungeon for a while. There's a lot of traps and... Damn, we're off to see the wizard. I thought that would be a lot harder. Our blue bar there on the top left, look how quickly it's replenishing our mana, and it's replenishing our health pretty quickly. Surprisingly quickly. So let's hope we get a bunch of loot. And then I remember years ago when I first played this that I remember what I used to do is like beeline right for getting into Fargrove. And I'd skip most shit. I wouldn't really explore. That's how I would play. I played this years ago. And I remember that these guys were really tough. Like, I get killed right here. So I was expecting a pretty badass fight. Because I remember I had a really hard time. The dungeon, though, I want to save that for another time. We're going to be in there for a while. There's all kinds of crazy shit in there. And there's all kinds of deadly stuff. There's piranha. There's piranha in this. So that's all we can do. We can't go around our map. I wish that this map would zoom like the map in the top right zooms. That's too bad that it doesn't, because I'd sure like to zoom the larger map in. I'm probably just missing something. That was fun. We got a staff. What else did we grab? Our loot. We got a bow. We definitely can't use it. Lots of stuff to sell. We have to get in, find the marketplace. He's not going to let us in. We're going to have to sneak in. That's where our rogue and thief skills and our nether magic would come in handy. And our nether magic, I don't know how we're going to learn that. I guess we have to level up a couple points in our nether skills. And the rune magic, I believe. Maybe the rune magic is for the clerics. And then crystal magic, maybe everyone can use. I thought crystal magic was for the adepts, the clerics. And it might be rune. I thought rune was for fighters. I'll have to look and see again. Let's see. See where we're sitting. Gloves and new staff. Our armor still sucks. We're still wearing some crappy armor. We're getting there. Level 5, we did good. So we started out from scratch this evening at level 1 with a brand new playthrough. And I like to do that the first time I stream something live on a broadcast. Here, there, everywhere. Start out at level 1 all nice and fresh. And I love early game. I love early game the best. How about you guys if you're tuning in? Now or later, what part of a game do you mostly like of the games that you play? I always appreciate the early game. Working your way up from the bottom. Now when I hit that, it should slow the creatures down from attacking. So Fire Strike, Frost Missile, Blast Winds, Fireball, we'll be using that a lot. Ice Nova, Zap, we got some cool spells coming up. And so Arcane level 4, so we're not at that yet, Arcane level 4. Let's find out what we need for what. Arcane, level 4. Arcane magic skill, we're at level 5. But we can learn spells up to level 5, but we haven't acquired the experience in it yet to unlock those spells. But we do possess the ability to use those spells. But we have to build up the experience to use them and unlock them. But we can use them, but we just haven't either grabbed the scrolls or put together the catals to unlock those spells, or acquired the experience points to use the spells. We can use that level of spells, but we just haven't unlocked it. We have to do that with experience points. That's what I meant to say. And so we're getting there. We're getting there. Level 5, heck, in one night we did good. And I'm going to enjoy playing this, and it's loud. Apologies. Right on, we still have our mysterious letter. The map, I'm going to there's got to be a way to zoom that in, so I'll have to figure it out. Right on. Arcane level 3 spells, we're getting there. Uses 31 mana, so it uses a lot of mana. Launches an ice missile at the target, impacting 18 to 26 ice damage. 18 to 26 ice damage. We're going to have spells that are going to do a lot of damage. We're going to have to figure out what are the most deadly spells. Yeah, we're going to be some magic slinging mofos. It's going to be cool. You guys can just see me when I'm not broadcasting. I'm just sitting there. because you guys do the same thing. Don't you lie. Everybody does it. You guys get all hyped up on a game, think no one's watching. Awesome. Sweet. Let's skedaddle. Awesome, awesome. You know, I should load up the old edition just so I can share it with you guys so you can see the differences. I like this, but I sure did like the in the old game, I sure did like the care and the artistry that went into making the main menu animated. I'm gonna have to show it to you guys. It's got flames and a cool dungeon entrance with the dungeon door slams down, and that's your menu. Right here is the menu. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, all right, it looks to me like the menu's in about the same place and all the assets are right in the folders. If you really wanted to replace the new game assets with old game assets, it's pretty doable. Yeah, the menu's right there. And so this would be the dungeon door, and it would just like slam down, and it would like this crash. It is Hinga Dinga Durgan. You're not from Norway. I'm from Norway. You're not from Illinois. I'm from Illinois. Tatico, good morning. Good to see you, man. I was just about to roll out of here and hang out and chill in the chat room. And so I hope you're doing good. Good morning. I need a jester hat. I hope you're doing good on your fundraisers, you guys. So I do really dig the original Dungeon Lords menu. Good fortunes to you, my friend. Good fortunes to you, Tadico. I really do. The original menu is really cool. I'm gonna have to, I don't know, maybe I'll mod it in there. I'll show you guys a video. It's cool. It slams down. It's got cool effects. It's got flames and all the goody goods. What's shaking, Tadico? How you doing? Prepping for work. What is your occupational title? What do you do? A pimp? You're the man. Have a safe day at work and a successful day at work. Oh, right on. You're a tattoo artist, man. I got like, I think, I don't know, 15. I got like, I'm covered in tattoos, man. So you know Skip. Skip was a tattoo artist who did the tattoos for Sailor Jerry. You know the Sailor Jerry line, the old school parrot tattoos, and he does like t-shirts and body sprays and sandals and t-shirts and Pirate Beach sort of stuff. Skip did his tattoos. Skip did my tattoos, and I learned from him a little bit. Yeah, awesome. Have an awesome day at work. That's a good job. My friend Scott Fricky, and he works, I went to the Art Institute of Chicago with me, and he has been in tattooing for 30 years at Chicago Tattoo Company. Awesome, man. Right on, so thus the name. Tatico. So you're gonna go to England and you're gonna sell Taga to pirates? That's cool. Hinga dinga freaking Durgan, baby. Breakfast of Champions. Yep. Help me curb my narcolepsy. Dude, that was fun. If you guys are kicking it now or later, share your thoughts. What do you think about that Dungeon Lords that I've been sharing? It's a nice, chill little old game. 10 days left. Awesome. Oh, no kidding. Dude, you guys are grueling, man. Staying up all night. Right on. 10 days left. Huh, the year's almost over. I made it another year. 10 years past my expiration date and I'm still kicking. Diet and exercise. I hope you have a safe and successful day at work, dude. It should be a good day, doing art all day. I know the drill. I'm waiting for the first big snowstorm. We had a serious ice storm, and it's all gone. And we've had a little bit of snow, but I'm waiting for a freaking real nor'easter. Hammer down 3 feet of snow. And we're going to live cam it. I want to get a cam up on a 30-foot pole. And so we'll see the snow coming down over the Appalachians to cover it for the first time of the winter. That's what I want to see, and I want to share it. Because it'll be a beautiful sight. And it's so sad to see such a beautiful sight sometimes, no matter where you are, and not be able to share it. So let's share. And it's time for me to mosey, my friends. It's morning almost. The sun will be up in a few hours. I need to get some rest. And I'm going to bid you all adieu. And I'll likely see you soon. Sooner than you think. I'll be up and I'll be kicking it all day. It's Monday. Mondays are always... It's always slow around here. But, not too much will be going on. Nothing I really need to accomplish. And so I'm hoping to be playing some more chill Dungeon Lords with you all. And if you rolled in tonight, thanks for rolling in. Alpha, thanks for that sub and the raid, my MS brother. Taga, happy birthday. Again, I'm going to be telling you happy birthday till the end of the year. Tatico, thanks for rolling in as I'm rolling out. High five. And have an awesome day at work. Goopster, thanks for that sub, and Tritty too, and all you guys that rolled in here to say hi. Thanks for the company, most of all. Bloxy, good to see you too. I'm trying to remember. And Coder Girl Chan, thanks for rolling in. Wolf Ghost, thanks for that follow. You guys that came with Alpha, awesome. And Alpha is your wife. Keep smiling, you guys. Love you to death. Hope to chat with you soon. Please be safe wherever you may roam. Don't take any chances. It's not worth it. Enjoy every minute, my friends. Keep smiling. Truly.